Okay, thank you, everybody. I apologize for our technical delays this morning. We had some backups in the broadcast booth, but for those of you who've been patiently waiting online, welcome. As a reminder, please use your microphones and not only turn on your microphone, but get into it so that we can hear you through the speakers. And That way they'll be sure to hear you in the booth and make sure we're broadcast well on the YouTube channel. I hope you had a good hotel room. Those of you who stayed in a hotel, hope you found a decent breakfast taco this morning, and fortify you for our stretch here to 12 o'clock today, where I hope we can get all this finished. So thanks again for coming, and I'll turn it back over to our co-chairs.
Good morning. Good morning. So our first item up for business today is to review and approve the minutes. So hopefully you had some time to look over those. We do know that there's one correction that will be made, and that is Melissa Becker was here. Any other items for review?
I noticed that on the degrees, some of them said ATT. Okay, so just, not
Yes,
that
that's
AT&T doesn't want to give us the money, but they can.
That has been a curse of mine, and all the documentation I've done about this stupid autocorrect.
Oh, sorry.
Every time I type in AAT, it insists that I really mean AT&T, and I have to. I've found that about a dozen times, so I apologize and blame it on the stupid. What do you call it? Artificial intelligence. Very artificial in some cases. Okay, thanks. And who was it that was here last time? I made the mistake. Melissa Becker was here, okay.
Any other item corrections? You can't hear me? Okay. Any other item corrections? All right, so we'll call for a vote for the minutes. All in favor of approving the minutes, please raise your hand so we can count. There are 16 in favor and 0. Yes, we did. He's not here today.
Yeah, Belinda is here, and she wasn't. Yes, yes. Any opposed?
No, there's not anybody else left to vote. Okay, so the first item, I hesitate to say this will be really quick, but hopefully it'll be really quick.
We're gonna ban.
I know, it's what I said yesterday.
Gonna ban those words.
So one of the things that I thought about yesterday and then discussed with Patrice this morning is for the EC through 6 degree that we discussed yesterday, we have noted for students to choose 2 of 3 options. However, in the EC through 3 and then the 4 through 8 core subjects, we have choose 1. So a student could choose 1, and one of those would fulfill core requirements, but a student would still be short a science for core. In my mind, a possible fix, I won't say easy, a possible fix would be to take what we've put in EC through 6, where it says choose 2 of 3, and also say choose 2 of 3 in EC through 3 and in 4 through 8. So the students will have 2 core sciences, because right now we just have 1, but we've spoken to 2 on the EC through 6. And 2 sciences are in the core.
So the proposal that we're making would be to change 4 through 8 core subjects to say choose 2 of 3 sciences and use the same list of choices that's in EC6 and also in EC3.
Would that change the hours?
Yes, that would,
It
Right,
will change
right.
the
I
hours,
just
but it
was-
will make them core,
right.
yes.
they would be
Sure.
core complete.
Right. I don't have a problem with it. I was just
Right.
saying we might want to make sure that we have the correct hours on there.
So that would bump that one up to 28. 28, could it be 20?
EC3?
4-8 is 25 currently, so it could be 28 or 29 if it's a 4-hour. Some of the choices, yeah.
29, because core is a lab science.
Okay. Change to 29 hours.
Does that mean students will have a total of 2 or 4 sciences? I'm a little confused, just to make sure I'm visualizing it correctly.
So they would have 2. So this is replacing the AAT now.
Yes.
So they would have these 2 core science classes that would fulfill the core science requirement.
If they do that, so in regards to the way we were kind of packaging it yesterday, their piece potentially could look like the 2 EDUCs plus core, but then their 12 hours would not include another science,
No.
unless they're a science major,
Right.
as we have it set up.
Right.
So it leaves flexibility with,
It could potentially lead to them taking 3 sciences, or
Yes.
4, but it doesn't require it.
right, right.
Do we want to make sure that they're not double dipping into the same category? So they're not taking 2 bios, they're not taking 2 geologies, so that they're being more spread out, having more diverse content. So if they took, biology for non-science majors, you don't want them to take biology for science majors because they like biology, and they don't want to address geology.
But I thought it says like 2 of 3, so I thought it was 1, 2, or 3. So 1 is biology, 2 is physical science, 3 is physical geology. So my understanding of 2 of 3 is it has to be 2 categories. Maybe we should say that then.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So the 2 on EC6, the 2 of 3 is a Roman numeral 1, a Roman numeral 2, and a Roman numeral 3.
I'm looking at this document, I guess. I was looking at the wrong place.
Yeah, the one that's up on the screen, and it's our big document revised
Still think you need to say
recommendations.
2 or 3 I don't know. I just think they'll read it. Yeah, making sure that they know it's not just 2 of any of those 3 Roman numerals.
So would we recommend changing that on all 3 of these then? EC3, EC6, and 4-8 core? Belinda?
Yeah, I was trying to talk. I think we want to look at making sure that they do have the earth standards, but also. And what is taught, yeah, that's EC3. So you have to look at that, both of the physical and the earth science.
And if you look at the EC3, it's actually EC5, because the TEKs go all the way to 5th grade. We're doing that, we're having that alignment right now, and it says it covers all the way to 5th grade. So that's, I agree, the category statement.
So we would pull up, Alan, will you pull up the EC through 3 sciences? I'm sorry, the EC through 6 sciences. No, I was talking about EC3. Right. What would go there would be 2 of what is listed here on the EC through 6.
Yeah, so we would make 4-8 core match EC6, not EC3.
Right. 1408 is non-majors, and it would still be an option. So Alan has pulled up, this is the listing for EC through 6, and it is choose 2 of 3. Biology, for non-majors, biology for majors, physical science, and then physical geology or earth science. I hope I read that right. I'm straining here, and I could just read it from here.
But you amended that yesterday to include an or, which I didn't hear mentioned. And the physical science, you included an or.
05.
Right. I'm looking at a different copy. I don't have all my notes.
So the second Roman numeral would be physical sciences or college physics. Is that 1405?
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is try to get this document to reflect our changes. I was just typing them into a document last time without making the corrections here on the file. But I'd like to get this to be accurate. And there's a lot of talk about what if we did and what if we did, and I'm sorry I'll lose track of some of that. So if there's a definitive change that we've decided to make, let me know, and I'll try to type it in here so that we're clear. So this should read what now, the EC
Yes, so
through
on
6?
number 2, the Roman numeral 2, where you
yeah.
have physical science, yesterday we added physics 1405 as an option, and that is elementary physics 1. No, we didn't add that as an option? Oh, okay.
It's on the other side. Yeah, on the right-hand column under Roman numeral 2,
Right here?
B
Yeah.
or 1415.
Or 1405?
Right.
Okay. What is physics 1405 now?
It is elementary physics 1.
Okay, so there are two suggestions for, one is that on both, well, the first one that we talked about was on 4-8 generalist, that, or core, that we would have it be the same set of choices for science that's in EC6. And then we added on to that we would, where we say choose 2 of 3, for both of these, we would say categories. Okay? Is it okay if we clump those together and do a vote? We ready for that? Okay, so the proposal to have,
I
yes,
just had a thought. Is it better to say categories or disciplines? Or, it's just a wording, categories, disciplines.
I think categories might be because it's sort of the same. Science is the discipline, so I would think category might be better.
okay. All right, so if you are in favor of having 4-8 core subjects, science, match EC6 science with the inclusion of the word categories after choose 2 of 3, so it'd be choose 2 of 3 categories. If you are in favor of both of those changes, please raise your hand.
There's 16 in favor. There's no one left to be opposed, so it will be 16.
16-0.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that, Alan?
We have the same thing.
Did we change that to 2? It's different.
No.
D3 is structured differently.
It says choose one of 2.
1 of 2, but then it has this science down here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it still has 3. Yeah. Okay. We're clear. EC3 also has 3 sciences, but it's structured a little bit differently, where we say choose 1 of 2.
So this is correct, right? These are the science options here.
And then we have biology separately.
Okay.
I would suggest in the EC3 that it should mirror the others, and it shouldn't be a separate category just for the biology. It should, again, they should all be to me.
Should I use that category language throughout for consistency, or? Okay.
Okay, so that, we didn't vote on that in the last vote, so I feel like we need to vote on that again. So this would make all 3 science categories consistent, EC3, EC6, and 4-8 core. They would all match the EC6 with the addition of that word categories. And so now we are voting to have EC3 be consistent with that. If you're in favor, raise your hand. 16-0 again.
Yes.
And so that passes.
Can you tell me again the wording of that motion?
For EC through 3, the science choices will match EC6, including that change for the word categories after choose 2 of 3. Did I say that right? Yes.
As well as the box up under it.
Yeah, and then you would remove the biology for science majors, which is
No, not there.
the next box. Go down to the next box. Yeah, that goes. Still the same number of hours, correct? Yeah.
But just to correct this, yesterday we voted to add English 1301 and 1302.
Yes, so we haven't, yeah. So we,
The change is not on there
yeah,
yet,
all the
so-
changes from yesterday are not reflected on here.
Right, I'll go through the minutes after the meeting's over and make those
Make sure
those
everything-
changes.
yeah. Yeah.
I'll send it to the co-chairs and to our recording secretaries to verify I got it correct.
Okay, so what we believe right now is that we are done with EC3, EC6, and 4-8 core subjects. Yay! We need to celebrate that because there's
Said quick, and it was.
there's a lot more work to do, and we would not even begin to say it'll be quick and easy.
Not at all.
Dr. Werner, I just wanted to say that I'm really happy to see that streamlining between the 3 degrees in terms of the general requirements there, because that makes a lot of sense for the students, but it also makes a lot of sense for advising.
Yes.
And to support advisors that are expected to know 20 different university programs and more, and all the different details and what they need. And if we can help them make the AAT part as streamlined as possible for everyone, I think that'll free them up to be more, to have more time to spend in terms of identifying those university transfer pieces and supporting their students with that. So congratulations, that's exciting.
That's a victory.
It is.
I was thinking about that too. Thank you for saying that. And more complicated we make things, people are having to interpret things as they advise students, and they're the groundskeepers for us enacting the decisions that we make. So the cleaner and clearer and simpler, not necessarily simpler, but as clean as we can make things, the better. So I totally agree.
And I think that's also very aligned to 60 by 30 and the idea that we don't want students to take additional courses and additional hours, and finding a direct path is just really exciting for them.
Yay. Cherie and I made the decision this morning that we would start with the remaining 4-8 programs and work on 7 through 12 last. Alan shared some information with us earlier this morning that will have an impact on could have an impact on the 7 through 12 work, and so we know that 4-8s are part of the multidisciplinary studies degrees, and so we think it makes sense to proceed with those, and really feel like we need to take them one by one. Take a look at the comments. There are some that are, have more dissenting comment than others. So do we want to take low-hanging fruit first? Okay, let's do that. So, ELAR? Okay.
We're going to look at 4-8 English Language Arts and Reading.
There were some comments about technical writing that came up. So that's one issue. What else did you all see in comments that we need to?
I noticed there was a comment and of removal of the Mexican American literature class, and I am not for that. I want to make sure that I put that on the record. We have a very strong Mexican American program at our college, and I know we're not the only one. It's the fastest growing population. I would be totally against that.
The other reason to keep it on is that right now in San Antonio, and I know this is our area, we have 3 high schools or more who are teaching Mexican American studies. And then the legislators are considering African American studies as also. So it's important that students have those options, whether they're language arts, history, to have that kind of background knowledge.
And right now they're choices also, and not all institutions offer this, but there are other choices for those that don't.
If I could, I'm not on the committee, but if I could just ask a question as well, but I am an English lit guy. There seems to be some inconsistency here and in some of the other ones as well about why some of the literature courses are chosen and not others. You have, in the first column, the choose one of 3, you have World Literature 1, British Literature 1, but you don't have American Literature 1. And in the second one, you have World Literature 1 repeated, but not British Literature, but in British Literature 1 repeated. You've added, the only difference is that you've added World Literature 2, but there's no British Literature 2, there's no American Literature 2. So I'm just wondering if there was a logic behind that, or why American literature was left out, or why we're kind of inconsistent about the 2s being left out of those sequences.
But American literature was a required one, if you look above.
Oh, there it is. Oh, right.
American
Well, okay, I'm sorry.
Literature 1, it doesn't show.
But you could include American Literature 2 in the last box of choose one of 4.
So if American Lit 1 is required, could it be simplified that we say choose 2? with the listing of, because we have American Literature 1, and then we have choose one of 3, and then we have choose one of 4. But they're repetitive, so would it be better if we said choose 2 of all of those, plus the missing American Lit 2? So they would take American Lit 1, and then they would choose 2 more from the box.
So you would just add the word or literature 1 or 2, British literature 1 or 2.
Well, we would list them all and choose 2 of those.
2 of the 3 categories.
Right. Another 2 of the 3, or 4 in this case.
I wasn't on this group, but I'm curious why we singled out American Lit 1 over all the others, because even when I was speaking to my English people, it's, I mean, 2 is just the second half of American literature, so why is the early American literature more critical than the later American literature, and why is it more critical than any of the other literatures? So that's just thrown out there to those who worked on that. I wasn't in that group.
Any former English teachers in the group that can?
English teacher, and I don't know the answer.
You don't see a rationale
No, I don't.
for that.
Unless they were trying to match it with.
So is there a suggestion to include American Lit
Yes.
and say choose 3 of however many? Okay.
Yes, and we would need to add the missing
American Lit 2.
American Lit 2. There's also British Lit 2. So we would need to be sure to include all of the literatures in those options for 3.
So also, not an English teacher, is there benefit to having different areas? So not being 2 Americans and 1 British, but being like an American, a British, and another, or not?
So if I take a look at the field of study for the English language and literature, they have the Comp 1 and 2, and then they have the box listed there. I mean, it would be easy to take a look. The one difference really, as in what we're talking about, is that they have forms of literature added in there. And if we were talking about these guys were the experts, then why shouldn't we look at what they believe is important and be able to choose off of that? And technical writing is not on here. So just a thought.
Okay.
All right, you could use this list. This is the English field of study. You could use their list here and just leave off forms of literature, which is a inconsistently offered course in any case.
But should we leave it off if they have determined that it's an option?
Well, you can leave it on if you choose to.
So
It's more of a genre course, like
Right.
studies in poetry,
Our
studies
option
in fiction.
would leave
Right,
off
so
the forms of
my
lit.
question is, forms of literature does give some options, so that's where we offer a children's literature course, and we use forms of literature. Now, I know that's not everywhere, but if we left it there and a school chose to do something like that that's geared directly towards teaching, or it's just a thought.
May we take a look at that statement that they have listed to avoid duplication of content? Since I love that idea of looking at what the experts of that field of study had in mind, and it says to avoid duplication of content, 1/2 of a 2-semester survey in British, American, or world literature cannot be taken in conjunction with a single semester course in the same topic. So that leads me to believe that rather than the separate time periods, some of the courses are designed to be a 2-semester survey, whereas some of them are a standalone. So what they're saying here is you can't do 1 and 1. You would either do the whole sequence if it is a 2-semester piece, or stick to 2 single semesters.
No, you don't have to do the 2-semester sequence. You could choose American Lit 1 and British Lit 1 if you wanted to.
If you did
But
two
what
singles.
you couldn't do is you couldn't take the single semester survey and then take half of the same subject, because you'd be a lot of duplication of content that way.
So you could potentially do one of the two and then just a single standalone in a different type of
That's
literature.
right. You could do American Lit 1 and then the whole British Lit survey. Sure.
I like the idea of sticking to what they've outlined for that.
As a whole, accepting this field of study for English language arts as is for 712 from the English people, accepting this, mirroring this for the field of study for the 4.8 ELAR.
Keep in mind, if we accept this, we also have to speak to the rest of the degree.
What would that mean?
So if a student completes 42 hours in the core, that Comp 1 and that Comp 2 is going to be covered in that 42. If they take 6 additional hours, they have 48. What are the other 12 hours? Right, 6. Right. So we'd have to speak to the other 12 hours in the field of study that we're creating, because students would still need 2 more classes.
The literature is also core. I mean, it's like philosophy literature.
Right, so that would take care of one of those.
So this is not,
This would be
this is
completely
not
free.
enough. So we could take the literature list. Yeah, so we could do that by adding, because this is 2 of the following, and we can have them take more literature.
Right, so we need to change.
And we're not taking technical out, right?
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. Yeah, yeah. All right, so let's make a decision about the literature. The proposal is, let's just take the list, okay, and then we'll talk about how many, all right? So we're going to vote first on taking the list of literature choices from the 712, not 712, from the English field of study, and putting it into the list of choices in 4 through 8 ELAR. All in favor of that, raise your hand. We are just voting on taking that list and plopping it into here. We're not voting on how many of those students take yet. So, do you have a,
I want to clarify. So we're
you
taking.
speak up a little?
I just want to clarify, are we taking that list and inserting it in here as choices, so forms of literature would be on this list?
Yes.
Would we be able just to see what that class is
Yes.
fairly quickly? I'm not familiar with that class.
Somebody get that pulled up.
Whereas Teresa's school defines it as children's, ours defines it as women's literature.
It's sort of like a topics course.
So we would have to accept something that, and so this is secondary, and we'd have to accept children's lit if we added
No,
this
this
on?
is, we're talking about for 4.8.
Oh, I'm sorry, for
Yeah, we're not on 712.
my mind is just not, but even then,
Yeah. But this is for the, we're focusing on the 4.8 ELAR, but we are looking at the English FOS.
and I'm not saying that's not important, but we'd have to figure out where we're going to substitute that, because that is not currently something that is required in 4.8 because of the content-specific nature and the fact that the majority of them are going to teach in a middle school.
We do require it, just because we are rabid children's literature people. But that's a preference for the institution.
So
Okay.
what if a student followed the English field of study and then decided to become a teacher? And they had taken forms of lit in maybe a single semester of world lit.
So
How would
Sandra,
we
what is
approach
the suggestion that you're sharing in terms of, like, is it the forms of literature? Or is that the concern that if that is one of the choices?
I was just wondering if we could be specific about what that special topic would be. I mean, I don't know. And if not, if everyone's doing it differently and you're all, the community colleges are looking at forms being different, then I don't know what that is in order for us to know how to bring that in.
But I'd like to go back to what you said. I mean, so now the FOS has been approved for this English. So let's say you have a student who comes to you and has completed an FOS and they took forms of literature, you're accepting it and applying it anyways. So
Not if they're changing to 4.8 or not. If they do the FOS for English, their degree is different. They're doing a different degree when they come to us if they're getting 4.8.
Okay,
So we don't have to
is that true?
accept-
I mean, if they come with a field of study, it doesn't have to be applied.
If they change degrees. Isn't that correct?
Well, right, unless they've just along the way happened to have completed the courses that also cover that field of study, but they would be field of study incomplete if they essentially change majors.
But what if they complete the English field of study that you just had up there?
Right.
And then they transfer into Texas State,
Right.
and then they say, you know what, I really wanted to be a teacher, but I've taken this forms of literature. Do they have to accept it and apply it?
Not if if that's not what's in the field of study for your EC through.
Because now they're saying they want to be, okay.
Yeah, I mean, when students change majors, they lose credit hours. That's just part of the cost of that decision. That's a big contributor to the excess credit hour problem all over the state is students changing majors, which is kind of the cost of doing business, and we want students to get in the right major, but there's just no way around that.
So this is similar to our whole conversation leading into 7 through 12, because we're saying with 7 through 12 that we're going to just follow the fields of study, but in the 4 through 8, we're going to say no. So I'm just confused because I feel like we're a little wishy-washy then. I don't know if we're being, I don't know.
I think if we continue to keep that perspective of looking at it from a state level, what's going to serve the biggest number of students in our state, providing some flexibility in the field of study options provides those options for students, but institutions can still continue to work at their level of advising and guiding. And if we take that one course out because it doesn't work in one particular institution's degree plan, then we're limiting potentially others that could work with that. So if we leave it as a choice or as one of those options, it's not necessarily stating that everybody has to take it. And maybe that's where some of those MOUs can come into play with focusing on these are the preferred ones that we would rather have our students choose within that group of choices.
I think the big sorry, go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, if it's in the field of study, though, it has to be accepted and applied to the degree.
And we're trying to figure out where we would do that, because we'd have to substitute, and you have to have a reasonable substitution for that. So that would become probably the the biggest concern for universities.
Just one thing about that, too. Having been a former English teacher, I do think that if somebody did do a special topics course or a forms, I mean, it's only one course out of all of those, and it's genre intensive, so that they do understand, hopefully when they get out of that course, they at least understand that genre, and we would hope it's reasonably generalizable to genre in general, because they need to be teaching genre in 4 through 8. So my inclination would be to allow it and have those conversations with on the university level. Like, one conversation would definitely be, you absolutely need the surveys, BritLit 1 and BritLit 2, and WorldLit 1 at least, for your test, but that would be on the university level.
Yeah, and I would recommend just sticking with the surveys, World, Brit, and American, just because of that, I was thinking about the test that the teachers have to take and then what they need to teach the students who have to take a test. That probably women's literature would not appear on that very often, but American, British, and World would, if they're, and Mexican American, I suppose, too, in Texas.
And it would be impossible to align it to the standards. I mean, it's high stakes. The flexibility of that class just makes me nervous. Sorry.
So there's a difference of opinion then about the forms of literature. So one option would be to just move this list of choices into our list of choices for 4-8. The other option would be to move that list of choices minus the forms of literature course into 4-8 because it's too flexible and it can create issues with students transfer and being prepared for the exam, certification exam. So why don't we word the, I'm gonna choose to make what we vote on this one. And so voting yes, we're going to vote on the choices for taking the choices that are in the English FOS minus forms of literature and moving those into the 4-8 ELAR. Okay? So this list and minus forms of literature goes into 4-8. Next, we'll vote on how many of those and maybe limiting them from there. So let's get those moved over, and then we'll talk a little bit more about them, perhaps if that's what you wish to do. So
Could I suggest we talk about technical writing and maybe some of the other components before we make that decision? Maybe if we have a more definitive picture of what other pieces are going to be in that field of study, that might help us determine some of those literature questions?
I was thinking the opposite,
Really?
kind of getting the literature down and then tackling, because we could still make some changes to the lit ones once we kind of get our list of lit choices. That's my 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I think. Okay, so the vote is yes, we're moving field of study, English, literature choices, minus forms of literature into 4-8 ELAR. If you're in favor, raise your hand, please. Nine yes, and opposed, no. Six. Seven, no. 7, no. So 9 yes, 7 no. That the motion does carry, but it is sort of a split vote. So for those who voted no, I prefer people to leave here being happier rather than very unhappy with something. Is there a compromise that we could do instead?
I selected no because I was referring back to the experts of what they chose, and it's at one course. And depending now on how many courses we choose out of that, it may not even be really a big option. A lot of students may not take.
The reason I voted no is also when I know y'all talked about British 1, British 2, but I think back on 4th through 8th. I don't think they teach British 1 and 2 in 4th through 8th. So allowing a, topic course allows to fulfill, the genre of 4th through 8. As long as, is it on Anna Marie, like, it should have certain aspects of it as a English literature course, regardless if it's children's literature, Mexican American literature. There's some commonalities across. That's just my vote.
So the difference of opinion for y'all is about taking out the forms of literature. You would prefer it be back in.
Right. And the fact that, again, I would have to go back and look at the 4th through 8th. I always go back to the standards, and high school, yes, British literature is taught. 4th through 8th, and who's here from 4th through 8th, British literature is not taught. Maybe there might be, some inkling there, but they're not studying Shakespeare or any of the other greats at that point.
Yeah, I wrote down, make the process more consistent, less complicated, simple. I think that minus doesn't make it simple.
Okay. Okay, Chris.
And that was I'm sorry.
Your mic's not on. Your mic's not on.
Hello?
There you go,
Okay.
yeah.
That was my thought process too. We're referring to the experts in the other areas. Taking the one class out is what I don't agree with, because yesterday when I looked at the PE and said, oh, they made a plan without us and we're the experts. So.
Gotcha, okay.
I voted no to support my English faculty on campus because this is several of the courses that they do in genre specific. So that was the reason I voted no.
Okay, so let's think about 4.8 versus 7.12, English. There are fewer English classes in 4.8 ELAR because there are more reading, and that is one major difference between 4.8 and ELAR. So let's keep that in mind also.
Yeah, the standards for 4.8, especially in ELAR, because of the reading component being added, they are required to take, on our campus, they have to take 2 lit blocks, one for elementary and one for middle. And so those are required because we have to ensure that they get all the dyslexia and digital literacies and all of the requirements that are required by the state. So it does then create some concerns about where we're going to be able to bring these in.
And then there's that new science of reading.
They'll also be, the ELARs in particular will be required to ensure that all of those standards are there. I mean, we have them currently in what we're giving them, but because they have to take 2 of those blocks, it then limits the number of other options that they have.
Sandra, are those upper division? I mean, ours are upper division, yeah.
They are.
So what would be the essential things for this AAT? Because we need to get enough courses in here for an AAT degree, and we have to think about 4.8 ELAR TEKS, new science of reading. I'm glad somebody said that because these students would be subject to that. All ELAR teachers in the state have to have ESL. It's another thing.
And just one more thing that may be related to that. On our campus, the forms is not core. I don't know if it is on others, but all of these others are good in the core, so that would be 3 hours that would be double dipped in the core unless they took the forms. In my school, I don't know about children's if it's core or the way y'all do it, but.
Okay. What do you think?
So would there be something better fit to this, like if we're saying the ESL, that they would be actually having a language component to it? So instead of, is there something outside of English that would be a better lower level course to say, this is consistent, let's get them this, so they're focusing on what they need to focus on when they get to the 4th grade? Do they have to have this many literatures? Or are we overloading them?
It's in English language arts,
It's,
I understand that, but that we have other things in there that are not in English language arts. Creative writing. So can they just have English courses to be in the or can you require another area that's going to better support their overall degree?
I'm not familiar enough with what choices might be in lower division to.
Creative writing could be a good opportunity to consider rather than technical writing.
That what?
Creative writing.
Creative.
In terms of standards for what students are working on in those grade levels. Creative writing, I think, is 2351, or at least it is at Dallas.
I wanted to add in a thought process of Humanities 1301. We find that arts is an area of the test they struggle on, and humanities includes it with literature. And so if we're looking at other options, Humanities 1301 would be one I'd put on the table.
We accept any language, philosophy, culture core for our program at Texas Tech because we build in the literature aspects and all of that within the program courses. So that suggestion that Crystal just made makes a lot of sense in terms of what we already do because it supports the core and it supports the field of study, but then it would add that option for the students to not only support their literature development, but also thinking about teaching diverse students in our state and working from that perspective, considering humanities or some of our diversity courses could also help.
So we have several suggestions on the table, and remember, we picked this one first because we thought it was low-hanging fruit. Sorry. So there's a suggestion to have creative writing, which is English 2351. Is that correct?
I would like to add on to hers that I think that the tech or the creative, because I'm getting a lot of creative writing in technical things. Very creative writing.
So that suggestion.
Either or.
That suggestion would be technical and business writing or creative writing, 2307.
The one thing I like about the humanities too is that would almost make them take that as their creative arts core, which leaves the literature from getting overabundant for this level.
I like that idea, yeah. So any other discussion about adding humanities 1301 as a standalone requirement? So it would be another row, and it would maybe help us get to enough hours and possibly get around some of this literature problem. So humanities 1301.
So why would we say 1301 and not 1302? So I mean, if we're going to start doing, I mean, you could do options there too.
Sure.
If you do a humanities section, to me, and we actually have a humanities Mexican American Studies course as well, which is the 1305. I would suggest, I really like the humanities section, but I would include options in that, like humanities 1301, humanities 1302, and humanities 1305, which is Mexican American Studies.
Well, that's where all the British and American literature are, and the language, philosophy, and culture courses. That's where they reside.
And then that's core. You're filling the 40 core.
So would, if they took a 1,000 level, could we say 1,000 level humanities? A choice that makes sense?
I don't know what other 1,000 level humanities there are.
Well, these are the courses in humanities: Intro to Humanities 1, Intro to Humanities 2, Introduction to Mexican American Studies, which is not the same thing as Mexican American Literature, Mexican American Fine Arts Appreciation, Fine Arts Appreciation, American Minority Studies, and World Cultures, and that's it.
Some of those are not 1,000 level courses, so I don't know if that's an issue that any of you have. But I would be open to any of those humanities courses. I think that they would add to this program.
Thoughts about that?
Could I say something?
Sure.
I know I've said a lot already. I'm personally wondering if we are maybe going to be able to get back to the proposal that you ladies suggested at the beginning. I'm not speaking specifically about 712, but the idea that you stated at the beginning in the terms of let's look at what the experts have designed in their fields of study, and let's rely on those determinations and create a template that would fit everybody's needs and all of the associate categories. And rather than, building in such specific requirements, is it bringing us back to square one if we take that approach, or is it really maybe more just defining what we need and allowing students to succeed?
But was it the question of the hours?
Yeah, we weren't able to figure out a way we could get enough hours with just the English choices, unless we say a whole bunch more English, and then they're going to have too many Englishes for this 4-8. So I think we can, I don't think it's rely on what this experts, but let's pull from it what makes sense. But we still have to consider this is a different degree, it's a different teacher certification. The 4-8 is very different from 712. English, those degree plans, even with teacher cert in 712, look very different in terms of what the content offerings are. Does that make sense? Yeah.
It does. I'm just wondering if we can create a springboard for students to launch into their EPPs off of that is a little more streamlined. And then that's where the expertise of the EPPs comes into play in terms of focusing on those specializations and those certification areas and doing literature with the literature majors and doing math with the math majors and addressing those needs at that specific level within their teacher preparation program. But if we have more of a, not necessarily a template, I don't think that's the right word, but a uniform approach on a state level that students could launch into any school, it would be ideal.
Well, I think with English, the issue is with the additional reading courses that are required in 4-8. And if they come in with too many Englishes, that is really going to cause problems for them in the 4-8 ELAR program, because they are going to have to take science of reading. And this degree, even though it says English language arts, is still, English.
With reading. With a high emphasis on reading, even at the middle level.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree that you can ever have too many English courses.
Well, I would.
But is it, the problem is just so they, in the upper division, they can fit in more reading training courses? Is that, when you say there's too many English courses, I don't really know what you mean by that. So could you explain that just a
Well, in the major for 4-8, the interdisciplinary major, there are English courses, but there are also a number of reading courses. And so, and there are upper division English courses, and then all of the reading courses for us are upper division. So, and I can't remember off the top of my head how many there are. Sandra, do you know for? So if they come in with all of their Englishes done and they're all lower division, that's the point I'm making.
We're going to have to substitute in. And the other thing is, like in our 4-8, we have English 2, 3, 3, 2, or 2333, which means if they take both of them, we'll have to find a place to substitute that in. And I'm not saying that we can't make some of those accommodations. I think the biggest issue is going to be with the emphasis, with all of the things that we're required to ensure that they have, that becomes an issue that they're going to come in with so much that we're not going to have any kind of opportunity to work with them in those areas. So I don't know. I think this is more confusing than I expected it to be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it really is complicated with some of these changes regarding the science of reading. It was already a little bit of an issue because we did meld reading courses with English courses, but with science of reading, then we are looking to add additional reading because they're going to need it.
Can I ask if we address this, or if we approach this and look at what we're looking at outside of the core? Because Comp 1 and Comp 2 are going to be fulfilled in core requirements. They're going to take the 2 education classes. We're talking about 12 hours. We're talking about 4 classes. We've looked at, or one of the comments was technical and business writing or creative writing. If that takes care of 1, then we're just looking at 3 other classes. So whether or not that's a British, an American, or a world, or if that's a Brit 1 and a 2, I just want to know. We're looking at 3 classes.
That was going to be my suggestion. Can we look, I know that this is what we are in charge with, but you really need to look at the whole 42-hour core, and then you look at, okay, there's 18 hours there that are addition, which 6 of them are the intro 1 and 2, if you will. So that takes away another 6, right? So what is it that is required? Because, we all have those categories, the language philosophy. That's common throughout, correct?
Right.
So we could look at where some courses can be plugged in while still allowing for that flexibility. Because I'm looking at Amy's language philosophy and culture. There's about 15 choices there. And I know that, we mirror each other a lot because they're our pathway.
Right.
Yeah, and so, again, I think we need to be cognizant of what are the 42 hours that are required as part of the core, and then where do these plug into? Because we may be arguing or discussing, and it may be, they fit easily into this category. And some of us do not offer the technical and business writing because it's in the composition 1 and 2, and then we do have writing courses as part of the reading.
Writing.
It's not the writing.
Literacy.
Yeah, how did you develop the writing for children, but it also helps them develop their own writing. So I think we need to look at that.
Can I share one more thought, one more burning wondering, and then I will be at peace with it? The Associates of Arts in Teaching is a 60-hour degree, and maybe, Dr. Allen, this is a question for the Higher Education Coordinating Board. I understand that that's not something in our scope today and in the task of this committee, but would there potentially be, since we're looking at a solution on a state level, would there potentially be a way, if there is any level of flexibility in the numbers of hours that defines the degree, for us to consider a state AAT that would essentially just be core and the 2 education classes, and then allow students to have that AAT, and then university partners and EPPs can dictate the remaining 12 hours on?
But core is not core. Sadly, core is not core. We say we have core, but one university says core and another university says core. Core is not core. So that's a problem too for that.
But that could be a place where universities could accept some of the, or all of the core in its entirety there, because now we have those 12 hours of flexibility given back to the EPP. And to me, just from an outsider's perspective listening, it sounds like we have this issue of these 12 hours, and we're trying to figure out what can we plug in here, what could work out there. Well, this works at this institution, but it doesn't work here, and this works for this person, but this, or transfer partner, and it doesn't work for that EPP or that transfer partner. Rather than forcing a square peg into a round hole, what if we just eliminated that peg and then gave those 12 hours back to the EPPs?
Well,
that's what happens regularly in the transfer world, but the issue there is students don't complete the degree the community college doesn't get the retention and graduation recognition or credit that they need for their accountability, and the students are completing just those necessary hours and then moving forward. But if there was a way at a state level to protect that core plus the 2 education classes as the associates for teaching specifically, I think that would be very beneficial to community colleges because they would see an increase in those graduation and retention rates, and EPPs could be happy because they would have that 12 hours back to support the students in their specific concentration areas.
So I'm looking at, for instance, our plan of study for 4 through 8, and one thing that I've noticed that we've worked with the English department to develop this, but it is remember, it's our major. Many of the courses that are aligned to the standards include all of the things you're talking about, but they're in a specific course that's a CIME for us, which is curriculum instruction in the middle level. And so those courses have been developed in conjunction. I can tell you right now I have 3 upper level or upper level English courses that are specific to the ENGL. It's not that we're stopping there. It's that then, because they're our majors, they are in our curriculum and instruction courses. So at some point we'd have to figure out how we're going to bring those in if we only have 4 to start with, and they're specific. So I don't know.
Is that an option, Dr. McKee? Do we have flexibility in those hours and looking at how that might align? Because that would answer that question immediately. Then those 12 hours could then be whatever Sam Houston State wants them to be, or any other university.
Well, the whole point of the core and the AAT and the field of study is to make easy transfer, so that a student is, when they take the courses here, those courses will apply there, and it doesn't matter where they go in the state of Texas. It takes out all the guesswork and the randomization of an institution might prefer one course, and then the student takes it and they've spent money on that course and time. They go to another institution, they have to spend money again and spend more time taking the course that institution would have preferred. The advisors have to keep track of all this, every combination of every college with every combination of every university, and those change from year to year. The field of study, the AAT, the Common Core does away with all that, so that if a student is plug and play. So yes, there are some committees like this have to balance very carefully the fine line between institutional freedom, institutional flexibility, and ease of students. One way to do that is to do these choices in the field of study. Choose one of the following courses, 2 of the following courses. And if you limit that number of choices, then you're offering the institution some flexibility in those choices, but you're still guaranteeing that kind of transfer. But yes, that particular question is way above this committee's purview and way above my pay grade to say if the entire concept of the AAT could be changed or done away with or altered. That's a conversation down the line, and it's something that would need to be taken up with TEA, would need to be taken up with the core curriculum committee, would need to be taken up with various organizations, teacher organizations around the state. The coordinating board would be happy to work with anybody on that and answer questions. I'd refer you to my colleague, Andrew Lofters, who was here yesterday. He may be able to give you a broader context on that, but I know he'd be happy to be in any kind of conversation about these issues.
It's the reason this is so challenging. It's the reason.
It just seems like that would solve the issue, and then if and I understand it's a big
Yeah, and it's not the situation we're in right now. Okay, so let's try to get back and figure out where we are with.
Can Cherie say what she said earlier again? About just the 12 hours.
Oh, we're having this long conversation around 12 hours. And so if a student completes the core and they complete 2 education classes. I don't think your mic's. Sorry. Student completes the core and they complete 2 education classes, we're looking at 12 hours. If we've already told them to choose 2 of the LITs, that takes care of 6. If we're in agreement that a student should choose 1 humanities, that takes care of 9. And then if we're looking at technical and business or creative, those are the 12 hours. So is the conversation that we're having that we don't like these options for 12 hours, or that we don't have 12 hours? Because we do have a field of study here.
So for the humanities, if we are looking at just making it simpler, can we say fill that core credit without a literature? So the whole idea is that they're not going to drop another literature up into the language, philosophy, culture column. And so do we really want to limit the language, philosophy, culture other than say you cannot fill your language, philosophy, culture with a literature?
Or do you want to say choose?
Or do you want to be specific to humanities,
choose
which I'm
two
okay
of the
with as
following
well?
Literature survey courses outside of the core, or in addition to the core?
Well,
Is that
but
what you're saying?
My worry is they're going to end up choosing, what, 2 or 3? I can't. We're at 2, so now they're going to choose another literature because they like literature. Now they're at 3 literatures. Do they really need that much literature for 4 through 8? Or would they be beneficial with a philosophy course, a humanities course, something else that fell into that core? But our core is so different.
Right.
So, but we want them not to just take any humanities because it might not be core. So if I said just take a humanities course, they might take a humanities that's not core. We only have certain ones in the core. So I want them taking core. That makes sense.
But the humanities for core is different at every institution, the choices.
Right, so we could just
Yeah,
say
so-
take a humanities core course versus just take any humanities lower level, because all of our lower levels are not core.
Right.
So a humanities core course.
I like the choosing, though, because that also avoids the issue of foreign literature, foreign language literature. Not that that's an issue, it's a beautiful thing, but if we're preparing students to be teachers of reading and writing, that Spanish 2311 or German 2311 is not going to support that unless they're going to become a bilingual educator. It may, but that may not be. The choices kind of limit that.
Well, but, yeah, and bilingual's not a choice for 4, 8. Oh.
It's all, I mean.
Yeah.
It's not a separate plan.
I mean, it's a supplemental. It could be, yeah, sorry. I misspoke.
But Joanne, when you're saying humanities, you literally mean HUMA.
That's what, so we have language, philosophy, core. That's where our humanities falls.
But you're not saying anything in that 40 core. You're talking about HUMA.
HUMA.
Specific.
Specific.
Instead of just saying, she's saying 1301 or 1302, we offer the Mexican American humanities.
Which we
So
offer, but
she's
not
just
as
saying choose one humanities core, which would then be specific to your institution's core.
Well, we couldn't, I don't think we could do that
No.
for the AAT.
No,
We'd
we
have
don't
to
even
list the
have that.
courses, because the registrars would need to know. If an institution does not offer one of the humanities courses in their core, they can add it, and probably should add it if it's in the AAT. So I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse here. Yeah, I mean, if we put all of the humanities courses in that option, then the student could be advised at their college, please choose the one that matches our institution's core curriculum. That way you can check off 2 boxes with 1 tick, right? So there's still a role for good advising here.
Go back to what you pulled up, Alan, which was the humanities course descriptions. Yes, thank you. So there's 1301. We already have, 1301, 23, 1302. 1305.
Sorry. Introduction to Mexican American Studies, Mexican American Fine Arts Appreciation, that's a nice course.
We don't offer.
American Minority Studies, World
See, I'm
Cultures.
looking- So we do have the interest.
If I may, I have a question in this discussion. It seems to be that the effort is to fill 60 hours for the FOS, and I don't think that that is the goal. If you look at the English FOS, it has 12 hours in it, and all those courses can be in the core, and the student conceivably could take them all in the core So I don't understand the complicated link between what's in the core and not in the core, and may it be counted as 12 or not 12. I think the FOS should tell what are the courses the student has to take to be ready for the rest of the degree plan, and the receiving institution has to take them. So the goal, I don't think, is to fill 60 hours.
We're not making, is what you're saying, we're not making the AAT degree, we're making the FOS within the AAT.
That's right. Just like English didn't make the English, they make 12 hours, composition 1 and 2, and 6 hours of literature. And 2 times 3 can go into the core and the communications FCA and the language FCA, and the rest could go into component area option. So a student could take all those 12 hours in the core. But these folks decided that for the English major, that's what they have to take in the lower division.
So we go back to the question I asked yesterday, and I've been trying to figure this out. Will we keep that 3 AATs that we currently have? And if yes, are we filling fields of studies that fall under those AATs? And if yes, which one takes precedent? The 12-hour ELAR field of study or the 60-hour AAT that we have on the books that a student has to complete? And if so, they wouldn't be able to complete it because currently the 4 through 8 and the EC through 6 AAT say 42 hours core, 6 hours science, 6 hours math, and 6 hours education.
Exactly.
So they wouldn't have a field of study that we have laid out if they did the AAT. So right now, these two things don't match. So that is why we keep coming back to 60 hours, because we still have an AAT, or we still have 3 AATs. So are we keeping 3 AATs and creating fields of study, or are we just creating fields of study that will be educational tracks and we're not going to have the AAT? That's the part that hasn't been made clear, so it makes it difficult to see how to proceed.
The 3 ATs, you mean the social studies track, and then
Sorry, just wanted to throw that out there too.
That could be a logical solution, a very logical one at that, if we focused on core and a field of study that is not worried about adding in additional hours to get to 60. But, and forgive me for not knowing your name, sir.
I'm Reinhold with the coordinating board.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you. So just as Reinhold suggested, if we focused on the hours that we really need students to take in order to be successful for those, particular areas, then maybe it isn't such an issue that we get to the 60 and we just focus on the field of study like you shared, Dr.
Well, the
Taylor.
priority, I think, for this committee is the field of study, because the AAT and the field of study don't have to match, just like any associate degree program does not have to match the field of study. The field of study is only relevant to transfer students. It's the only reason why it exists. And if a student is going to transfer, by definition, they're not going to be stopping with the associate's degree. Associate's isn't a terminal degree for transfer students. So if the FOS includes the AAT as a subset of it, great, because then the community college can check off a degree completion. The student has that degree, they can hang on their wall, they could do reverse transfer and get the AAT degree. It helps us towards our 60 by 30 completion goals. It's all good. But there's nothing in statute that says it has to be that way. So if a student an institution, a college, a community college, can have their associate degree program be different from the field of study. We don't encourage that, but they can. They can have more courses in their associate degree program that are in the field of study, right? So field of study does not have to equal 60 semester credit hours. Most of them don't. So there's room in there for some extra courses. So I'm not quite sure the answer to your question, because I'm not quite sure all the stipulations for what an AAT has to be. You all know that better than I do, and my colleague Andrew knows it better than I do. But I think my answer to your question is they don't have to match, but we want them to match. So the AAT needs to be 60 hours, the field of study does not.
What you want to make sure is that you have all the courses in the field of study that are required for the upper division coursework. So if you leave out a course that is absolutely crucial for the bachelor's degree, the four-year institution cannot put that back in because the FOS, if completed, is complete. That is the main question, I think, that you don't miss a course which is absolutely crucial. You don't want to put in a course which may or may not be needed.
I mean, I kind of want to go off what Alan said. I think our focus has to be field of study and looking at this, because coming from the community college, I have students that come in and when I ask them where they're going to transfer to, it's Texas A&M. So if I only took the 2 education courses and then said, okay, let's look at Texas A&M, these are the classes you're going to take, I've only had 1 out of my cohort get accepted to Texas A&M. So if we followed that path, but now she's at Clear Lake, those were wasted classes. That was wasted time. And now if she goes to University of Houston, that's a totally different plan as well. And so I'm 100% behind field of study because my students don't know where they're going when they walk in that first day. And although I'm going to guide them, if I have a protection for them that these classes are going to be applied, that's what I want for my students, because they don't know where they're going. And so I don't know if, and that might kind of answer what Dr. Munoz is saying, because a 4 year is different. It's just a different animal. You're going to take all the classes they're going to take at your 4 year institution. But that doesn't happen for us with our students transferring in.
Yeah.
Are we trying to fix somebody who's not?
And so I'm going to just throw this out. I totally understand that, in having a lot of conversations with our community colleges that work very closely with us, and looking at those pathways, we have pathways currently that are AAT pathways. So we will accept all of the things that is on that pathway for the AAT currently. It becomes more problematic when you look at universities that have to meet all the standards, but where they place those standards. And I think this is where we might be coming to a point. We've created courses at the university when they get to us that are meeting all of those standards. We know that some of those standards are in the community colleges, but not necessarily as many as we might need. And as those things begin to, as we start getting more and more requirements, such as the science of teaching of reading, as we adjust we only have so many upper levels as well. So we currently have AATs with community colleges that we are working with, even in 4-8 for English, math, language arts, and social studies and science. So.
Can we try to find a reasonable path here for this 4-8 ELAR? I believe we can do that. Yes. I think we're pretty close. Yes. So what we have discussed is this: EDUCs, of course, the 2 EDUCs, Comp 1 and Comp 2. Those have been there all along. Adding creative writing as an option so it would be technical and business writing or creative writing in that box. We discussed adding a new row that would say humanities, any humanities course. Okay?
It needs to be HUMA to clarify.
HUMA.
So not all universities have HUMA. Ours doesn't. So it would have to be something, some sort of language that indicates arts, humanity, philosophy. There needs to be something about that.
That's where I think.
Then we need to go back to that list of humanities courses, and we're going to need to be specific there.
Or we could just take it out of the field of study entirely.
Take it out of field of study. We were looking at this as a solution to try to get to build the 60 hours, and what we've heard through lots of discussion, which I think will be helpful to us in the rest of the 4/8s, is that we don't need to worry about that as much as we have been, so we can just remove that because it really isn't a match everywhere.
Right.
Okay? And then the box, one box of these literature choices.
Would be choose
Okay.
two, right? Choose two of the literatures?
Choose two from this list.
Okay. And are you okay with preserving the English FOS footnote here about you can't take the single semester and duplicate course content? Okay.
And keeping the forms of literature, we're really at a split vote with the form.
Voted
keeping
to
the-
not have the forms
Eliminated
of
the
literature,
the technical writing and the creative writing portion. If we just, now that we're thinking in this new light of thought, if we deleted that, could our university partners that have opposition to the forms of literature feel better about that? Because students would not be required, per the field of study, to take technical writing or creative writing. And that would resolve that issue of now we have extra credits that we don't know where to put.
Is there anyone here who created this who can speak to why? I mean, I'm an English teacher, so I say yes, they need to keep it in there. But I wasn't on this committee, so is there someone here who was on this when you created it? I say keep it.
And it's not that students wouldn't be able to take it. They could certainly still take those courses, but now we eliminate that issue of where do we put that extra, if they're doing the literatures and the technical writing, where do they fit that other piece in that they're not going to be able to take? And if they don't do that technical writing or creative writing at the community college, that just means they're going to have a space for another course through their teacher preparation program
Well,
that
you
would
could-
focus in that area.
One possibility would be to move forms of literature down here with the humanities courses. It would keep it out of the, because these courses are about writing. Forms of literature isn't. You could,
So I think we decided not
No, not having any humanities.
to take out the humanities, we're going back to simpler is better, I think.
Yeah, because it allows for that.
okay, so
Let's
we
try,
need some-
let's try to
But then
make,
we
let's
gotta- we
try
gotta
to
look
make
at the
this look like
hours.
something
We
we
gotta
can
go
all
back and
vote
check out
yes
the
on.
hours, because the hours aren't right. Because you need 12 hours then.
Thing, we're just going to do the field of study, no.
But we can. I mean, it's not that, no, we don't. It's that we can specify those hours. And I don't have any problem with putting the humanities in there and the technical writing. I mean, let's specify those hours.
I think it's just going to be a real challenge for us to find places for that unless we increase hours. And I'm just being, I'm going to tell you, if you put all of those things in, it's going to be a real struggle for us in getting all of the things done.
Because if it's in here, then it has to be accepted and counted toward degree. And so we need to also think about what will work when students move on, which is what we intend for them.
What number is the creative writing? English what?
2307.
We need to think about that since 2012 or 14, I'm not positive, we don't have a white majority. We have over 50% minorities. So there's going to be different types of literature. They may not be developed now, but they're going to be in time. So even though they're not in that 4 through 8 and the 7, 12, all that, we do need to leave that open because they are going to come. And as far as the technical writing, I constantly see students who cannot write. So this is why I'm pushing for some kind of writing.
Isn't comp 1 and 2, writing, isn't that? No, listen, I understand. I see them too. And I understand that, but this is for the AAT, right? So once they get to the university, we still have a list of stuff that they have to do, and if they need help, then it's up to us at the 4-year to help them, whether, in whatever ways we deem we need to. And one last thing is, I do agree with you on, I did vote against the forms of literature, and now I'm ready to change that, because I do agree with you, and I was thinking, oh my God, graphic novels, or young adult lit, it's like, where's young adult lit anywhere? It's not, in all kinds of different forms, so.
On the writing note, one of the things I would like to say about the comp versus the technical writing is because of the child development side that I have as well, I'm constantly in the industry. And one of the things we're hearing from the industry is they don't know how to send an email, they don't know how to construct certain things, they don't know how to communicate in a technical writing way, which is not the same as comp. So knowing how to write those forms that they have to write, to create IEPs, to do things like that, that falls more in the technical writing realm than it does in the comp realm. So,
And won't our partners at the universities, I don't know if, we're not stopping here, so our university partners are going to pick up and hopefully meet
We
the
have
other half
writing
of that.
assessment requirements.
And we
for them to
require-
even get through, yeah.
And we do require this in our 4 through 8 ELAR.
Well,
We
and in the
require technical
And in
writing.
the bilingual supplementary, it's one of the ways they assess bilinguals is that they have to demonstrate their capacity to write to parents in different genre, emails, notes, etc., in different ways. So it's covered, and I know Comp 1 and 2, there's a lot of writing in there, but there's a lot of writing in all our courses. Again, in the EdTPA, the new test that we're going to have to take, our students will have to do a lot of writing where they engage not only in terms of what they did, but provide a rationale as to why they selected a certain method for teaching or assessing, etc. So writing is not going to go away. It's just that, again, I agree. Some of these courses, maybe they're, in the community college, they're important, but they're not that they're not important for our case, but should not be part of this field of study for someone going into teaching. That restricts us.
And I get that, but I also think a good foundation in it is not going to, it's going to increase the level, because it's the biggest complaint that I get coming out of 4-year schools, that they still do not know how to do this type of technical writing. So I'm just saying that's what I'm hearing from the elementary schools and the high schools.
One thing that we do at Texas Tech to help with that is we're not requiring it, but if students haven't taken speech yet, we ask them to take Speech 1321, which is the business and professional communication speech. Right. And that does address some of those pieces that you mentioned, Joanne, and I agree they are very important for a teacher's communication with their stakeholders and the community and the parents. Is that something we would maybe want to think about, Speech 1321 in the field of study? Rather than the technical writing as an alternative?
That's a core. But this is the only place where we're requiring this technical writing, so it's not going to solve the issue that you're talking about. And I think our goal is to try to get to an FOS that works for students when they're in community college as part of their AAT, and is happily transferable for 8 when they go to community college. It sounds to me like taking out the humanities option and taking out the technical creative writing options, leaving in the choice of 2 literatures is the simplest, not simplest, but cleanest way to get at that. I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding.
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Please no. Well, I can see all of those, but if I have no way of knowing what community colleges are calling forms of literature, that, I mean, that's a concern of mine.
But they're coming to you with two literatures. Can you not find a place for those no matter?
Especially if you don't have to worry about technical writing and a humanities, we're ending up with less
We'll
number.
make it work. It's just going to be, and we'll work with our community college. The bottom line is we're going to work with our community colleges on pathways.
So the idea that, or the vote next would be, the vote next would be for the field of study to be Education 1301, Education 2301, Composition 1, Composition 2, choose 2 from the literature survey courses with forms of literature in there,
Yes.
and taking off the humanities.
So essentially, it's the hours of education.
And Comp 1 and Comp.
The field of study is English 1301, 1302, and a choice of 2 literatures. That's the 12 hours for the field of study for English Lit.
Except the forms of literature.
No, it is a part of theirs, the English literature field of study.
We're putting it back in.
Putting it back in.
That's the conversation.
That wasn't voted on.
No, that's
No,
what the
this is
vote
a
is going to be.
proposal.
It's the field of study plus the 2 education classes.
Okay, so this is English language arts, and we're taking out 6 hours of English classes, which that's a little bit, I mean, I don't understand that.
No, they have 12 hours with Comp 1 and 2.
Yeah, they have 12 hours. We're taking out 6 hours of English in the classes. So we're taking out technical writing, and we're taking out that line that has American literature specified. So we're removing 6 hours of English, basically, is what this is doing,
It's
this
create-
proposal.
It's
But-
creating more flexibility.
Or the upper division classes.
We'll cover some of those writing.
And so that eliminates, like, that they can take to the community college at a much more affordable price, and, I mean, there's reasons to go to community college, too, and
But we currently have a pathway with several of our universities for 4 through 8 in all of these content areas. We're just working with them on what fits, what ensures that we're going to be able to meet all the standards and what we're able to bring in.
They're still going to transfer in 60 hours.
Yes.
We're only looking at the field of study.
Yeah.
So there's still more in the core that they're going to be coming in with, and they're going to get from us. They're going to get more Englishes, because they could take that in the,
Language, philosophy, and culture. They can take also under creative arts. There's a lot of flexibility in this. That's where the humanities come in sometimes, in the language, philosophy, or in the creative arts.
and that's why the advising's so important, for us to sit down and talk to the student, find out who they are, and then direct them in the right path.
Yeah, so if they look at the Texas State 4-8 ELAR program, they're going to see young adult literature, they're going to see,
Right.
it's professional writing is the one that we require. Those are both upper division courses, but we accept them from community college.
I say we vote.
All right, I say we go ahead and vote on what we've just said, which is 4-8 ELAR would include, Ellen, do you have it on the screen? Did you put the forms of literature back in?
I would suggest we re-vote on that, just because there was a vote that it was taken out, and there's never been a vote to put back in.
Okay.
So before you add the forms of literature back in there, I think.
Okay, so we've had much more discussion about that, and this whole thing looks very different now than what it did. So we'll go ahead, I think it's a good suggestion from Amy to go ahead and vote on putting the forms of literature back in as an option for the 2 literature courses. If you're in favor of including forms of literature, please raise your hand.
Mm-hmm.
13 yes, and how many no? 3 no. So that carries. 13 yes to 3 no. Okay, so now our field of study, and we will vote on this field of study. Part of it is just figuring out what to vote on. So the field of study now includes, our proposal is the 2 EDUCs, 1301, 2301, composition 1 and 2, and then 2 literature courses from this list that we just moved over from the English field of study.
Your hours aren't correct, Alan, either. They need to
Okay.
be 18.
It's 18 only.
That's 18 now. 18 hours in the field of study for, are we ready to vote? Yeah. 2 hours on ELAR. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I think we discussed a lot of stuff that will help us with the others. So if you are in favor of this field of study, please raise your hand.
Did you count? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to type and count. Hold your hands twice.
15 and 1 no. So this carries, and this will be the field of study that goes forward for public comment. I think it's time for a break. Let's do, let's be back at, let's do 13 minutes, so we'll be starting at 10:40.
So any idea what we're looking at next, so we can just kind of look while we're doing a break?
Social studies next.
Thank you.
Yes.
San Antonio.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry.
You know,
I tried to go to sleep last night, and I
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about just a million things, and I could not go to bed last night. I laid there and laid there. Now it's catching up to me. It will on my way home on 35.
yeah. That's why you need to eat your chocolate.
Just yes, just an hour and a half.
But and it's not too bad because we're leaving at noon. But if we would be leaving
later,
at
it would be
4,
like 3 hours.
we wouldn't get home till 7 or 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah, because traffic going out. We have a huge commute population from
Yeah.
San Antonio to Austin.
We need to have that train.
We need that train. Well, so you know what the answer is?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I said, where are you? Oh, yes.
Did you hear what TxDOT proposed?
What?
They've already approved it. They're going to do a double decker. So we're going to have a lower and a higher, just like Austin. We're going to have a lower and a higher, all 35 from
Let me see, I
Austin to
don't
San Antonio.
I have
That's the plan.
Sandra Stewart's email. Where is she? I thought I did.
Andrew yesterday, and even I've called him in the break, and he's like, honestly, we don't know.
My little thing that I
Well,
was
that's
just
good.
sent
Thank you.
her. But yes, but they're making it, you know, they're putting so much pressure on these kids.
Who's going to want to
I mean, yes.
Who's going to want to go through all of that? Plus this.
Pay and
That
pay.
is too expensive.
As it currently. So just for we have Texas history, and then we also have Western civilizations, Mexican American history, African American history as options that are included in their 2 of 8. The proposal from before, what went out for public comment, also included world regional geography and economics. There were not a lot of public comments. I think it was 1, and maybe I missed it. Yeah, no, it was 712.
So this is the same thing, what we just talked about.
Absolutely.
They just combine those, I mean, I would suggest that we combine those together,
Yes.
the bottom 2 boxes.
And do we keep world regional geography and macro, or do we defer to the history?
Don't forget to use your mic. And what are we talking about?
We're talking about 4 through 8 social studies.
Okay.
And we're looking at the history field of study. Now, there is a history teacher certification track.
But we were all saying, I push social studies. Because they have more options.
Yep.
And social studies is way more than just history.
Right.
Right.
And they're more likely to teach the social studies.
Right.
Than the.
And isn't this your
So what is interesting is what they have in the history teacher certification track is also what's in our social studies track. So are we looking to ask them to rename their track? Or to create a different track that says 4A social studies, but it's also the history certification track?
Can you say that again?
Sure. So the history certification track is 2 education classes, History 1301 and 1302, Texas history, and then World Civilization 1 and 2. So with the exception of World Regional Geography and Macro, their history teacher certification track falls into what we have for social studies. It's on the coordinating board's website. History.
Are those the field
Yes.
But where's the teaching track part? I see just the history.
Keep scrolling.
But in the social studies, you need the economics and you need the geography. Correct?
Yes.
Here's what history proposed for their teaching certification track. They spent a lot of time talking about this, took it very seriously. They even convened a subcommittee of 24 members of teachers from across the state, from K through 12 teachers in history, to make recommendations. The history committee accepted their recommendation but made one change. They took out Mexican American history from the recommendation from the subcommittee and proposed this for the teacher certification track. You're under no obligation to follow it. I assume that teachers would, if there's a conflict between this one and the other one, students could choose which one to follow. If they wanted to be a history teacher, they should probably follow, if they're planning on going 4 through 8, they should be following this, the one that you create. If they want to be a 7 through 12 history certification teacher, I assume they would follow this one.
No.
I'd like to talk about them separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about social studies.
Okay.
Okay.
So there are no, unless I missed them, there was not a lot of public comment on 4-8 social studies, or any. Maybe I didn't miss it. So as it stands, is there any conversation around changes?
So the only change that similar to what we just did, which is the bottom 2 categories, choose one of 3 and then choose one of 3. I would make the suggestion to combine
And choose 2.
and then choose 2 of the 3 categories, so it'd be 6 hours.
You have that, Alan? You take what's in the last box, copy that to add it, so it would be World Civilization 1 and 2, Western Civilization 1 and 2, Mexican American History 1 and 2, and African American History, and it would be choose 2.
I have a question for the university partners. How do we feel about economics? Is that something that supports the EPP's plans in those particular areas?
For 4 through 8, yeah, social study.
We already have it in our plan, so it wouldn't be a problem to add it to the.
We're just getting our form correct.
So the 4 through 8 social studies track would be Education 1301, 2301, Geography 1303, Econ 2301, History 2301, and then choose 2 from Western world, Mexican American, and African American history. All right. So we're going to vote on that.
That was easy.
I'm all excited. I know, we should have started with that one. That's why I said quick. I don't know if I should say quick. All right. So if you are in favor of approving the 4 through 8 social studies track with the collapsing of the 2 options, please raise your hand for yes.
Unanimous?
Yes. Unanimously. Yay. It only took 4 minutes. It's all. All right, well, sorry. Math is next.
Economics, but I think they need economics.
Math.
Math is next.
What was next?
Math, 4 through 8 math. And we have education courses, college algebra, math for teachers 1 and 2, pre-cal, and cal 1. So I'm just going to ask, and please feel free to say what you choose. We chose not to add Math 1350 and Math 1351 to the 4-8 core subjects. because there was some higher math that was needed.
Yeah.
Will that be a topic for public comment for 4-8 math?
I would think so. I mean, we had a large discussion yesterday about that, and we talked about 1350 is really below fourth grade. 1351 starts, but you can't take one without the other. In most institutions, I know my institution, it's a prerequisite. So the decision was made yesterday to remove those two courses from the general track. So in my opinion, I don't think that they would be in this track as well.
For the math and science, no.
So taking them out would be looking at, we would have a 15-hour field of study. Barbara.
I guess the difference is a generalist or core person is going to teach, maybe in a rural area or whatever, but if someone who's hired for math, are all 6th, 7th, and 8th graders on grade level? So maybe the Math 1350, Math 1351 is foundational for teachers who are teaching children at their age and grade level match, and might help people who are trying to, math teachers who are hired for their math capabilities to teach children on grade level, above grade level, and below grade level. Those are my thoughts.
I think Math 1350 and 1351 are important because they are designed from the teacher perspective, and they are supporting students that want to become teachers. The pre-cal and the calculus, those are very important math concepts, but they are also going to take that higher level math in their EPP program and work on that. I would feel that they would gain more of a foundation from that perspective of what do teachers working with math need to know, and have that opportunity to understand the scope of below grade level and above grade level, and how to remediate for students, as we know is the reality of the majority of our students in Texas. I personally would believe that allowing those teacher foundation math courses to be done at the community college level, and maybe considering taking out the pre-cal and the calculus and letting that be up to the EPP for the math component.
Well, usually pre-calculus and college algebra are lower division anyway.
Yeah. Right. So we already have, I think the difference between 4-8, because we already have 350 and 351 in our degree, and it's because it is 4-8, and there are foundations that need to be taught. The difference is in secondary. I think that's where we had the concern yesterday in talking about the elementary versus for secondary, but
it was in the 4-8 core subjects. We didn't.
Oh, okay.
Could we see what that looks like again, Dr. McKee? I forgot what our detailed FOS for the core 4 through 8.
Well, we might have taken it out because there were other universities that didn't require both, but we do have it in
The thing
ours.
for core subjects, though, is there just isn't enough to cover everything. So we said, okay, maybe that's not a priority for that degree, but this is math. The focus is math. I feel like 13, 50, and 51 do belong there still. I think we wanted it perhaps in the core subjects. We just didn't feel that the priority was there for that degree.
I think you're right, because I think that became having enough hours in each of what we needed to choose and be able to choose. I'm sorry, I remember that now. Sorry, Amy.
From our institution's perspective, I'm really happy with this set of choices because it does get at what we're saying the FOS should be, which are the most important courses for them to come in with to be ready to fly into the upper level math that is needed.
So let's
Remember
vote
that
on
the
math
field of
as it
study needs to
stands.
contain the prerequisites as
Right.
well, because an institution can't add any other classes after the field of study. That includes crucial prerequisites.
Right.
So if a student is going to be taking Calculus 2 or whatever later on, you need to have Calculus 1 in the field of study. I'm just using that as an example, but make sure all the prerequisites are there for the upper division courses.
They are. They are. So we're going to vote on the 4 through 8 math track as presented. If you are in favor of
And I'm sorry, I know we want to move on, but this is a particular crucial piece for Texas Tech's representation, because as our Math 4 through 8 stands right now, our students are taking college algebra, elementary statistical methods, Math 1342, which is not on here, and the two Math 1350 and 1351s. And is elementary statistical methods included in any other university's Math 4 through 8 degree plan?
We have it, but I think we have it up per division. I'm looking right now.
Well, it'd have to be substituted.
So you do have math, the elementary statistical methods is a part of your degree?
My thing is messing up here. Just give me a sec. Where am
I would just think we could propose looking at doing elementary statistical methods instead of calculus for that idea that we're working on the foundations at the community college level and freeing up that spot for the upper level math at the EPP level. So if there might be room to consider that for discussion, I would like to propose looking at elementary statistical methods, Math 1342, rather than calculus, which if I'm not mistaken, Dr.
Rather than pre-cal or just
Tuis-
calculus 1?
I'm suggesting that rather than calculus 1, we include elementary math statistical methods. We don't have pre-cal in our degree plan, but that if that is in the best interest of students, then that might be something we need to revisit. But just thinking about Dr. Tuis's comments yesterday about students and math efficiency and efficacy and the ability to succeed in those classes very early on, that lack of success at a Cal level might be dissuading them from completing their track and becoming teachers, rather than building some of those foundational courses at the community college level. And by the time they come to the EPP, they have a stronger foundation that would lead to more success in some of that higher level math.
If calculus is taken out, the 4 through 8 people are going to have a very, very difficult time on the state test.
But you're not going to teach it at the university?
We have it there too, but it's still very difficult for most of them.
But we're just talking about them getting a foundation with us, and then
That's
you
true.
at the university will then supplement
Yeah.
the more specialty.
Yeah, because I'm looking at our 4 through 8, and we have other lower division courses like functions and modeling as well as pre-calculus. So we didn't have the math 1 and 2, but that's because we were trying to do math science
But we only
together.
have one
But in our
calculus. We don't have
conversations
two.
now we're separating those because passing the combined test is very, very hard because they have to have the depth of knowledge.
Crystal?
And many of my partner colleges want them to take pre-Cal with us, but want Cal 1 there because they're about to take Cal 2 and they want it taught in the same way. So I wouldn't be opposed to that just for that reason.
Opposed to,
She doesn't want elementary.
Our calculus is upper level, so we'd have to substitute in. Or it's a 3,000.
And I agree, Dr. Patton, that the calculus portion is an essential part of their preparation for the math certification, which is why if we put that on the EPP side at the university level, we can get into those upper level courses with the calculus and really go into depth with that instruction, building off of that foundation that they would have much more solid through the community college with the lower level foundation.
Could you also do it either or here? Because we don't offer calculus, or it doesn't make very often, just because we don't get that many math people and we're smaller. So if it was an either or situation, then we have much more likely to be able to do statistics and meet that level, that criteria.
So the conversation is around adding in Math 1342, which is elementary statistical methods, in place of Calculus 1 or as an option. So it would be elementary statistical methods or Calculus 1. Okay. Any other conversations?
I have one. I was arguing when we were working on this for trying to include the course in problem solving. I think that's really essential for future teachers to understand.
Quantitative reasoning, is that what you're talking about?
No, there's a course called problem solving, I think, in the,
I've never seen that either.
it was on our list of choices. Yeah, so I don't know. Calculus is essential, And the statistical methods is essential. That's really important. Course to help develop quantitative literacy, which is being stressed more and more in schools and stuff. So if there's a way to include problem solving, I think that would enhance the FOS.
I think there was a special class that we were looking at, but their quantitative reasoning is under contemporary math at 1332.
And the elementary statistics, we use a 1442.
4 hour.
Oh, okay. It's not a 13, yeah.
Would the EPPs agree that having calculus done at the EPP level would be more beneficial for teacher-student preparation?
Either way, I mean, we're going to take a hit because our statistics is an upper division, and when it comes in, our calc is a 2,000 level, and so it's easier to absorb that than it is the statistics, but.
Yeah, so I think that was the reason why we didn't include elementary statistics originally. Because it is, in a lot of places, it was indicated that it's a higher level course.
So can we go back to the or?
Yeah.
Do calc or statistics?
I just double-checked on my university, and they have a lab with their Calc 1, so it ends up being 5 credits, which I think if somebody came in with Calc 1, then they'd probably have to redo it or something. I would just create problems. So I would love to see some sort of option, if possible.
We do. We have calculus 1. We have calculus 2, but it's not part of
Yeah, that Cal is. And then in a lot of universities, okay, it is Cal 1 y'all are talking about. They separate Cal 1 and Cal 2, and in some universities, it's just Cal.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's on the field of study, then we wouldn't have that option to retake that calculus course at the university level.
Right.
So if we're adding these upper level courses on the field of study, we're doing the students a little bit of a disservice by not allowing them to have that opportunity to take the higher level math in the EPP.
So we're going to look at 2 different options for voting because calculus 1 was what was in it and went out for public comment. So we need to vote on removing that first. And then we would vote on adding elementary statistical methods or options because this, as it stands, is what went out. Right, Alan? Okay.
But
Well-
there weren't any comments, right? Were there comments?
No, what I'm saying is this was what we voted on at the
The first
last
time.
meeting to hold it. So
Yeah,
if we're
there
going to
weren't any
take it
comments.
out, let's look at voting to take it out. Because the options are take it out and add elementary statistical methods.
So what are all the options? Because I think we're going to vote. We need to know what other.
Well, are you taking, would you be taking calculus 1 out because you're assuming that it's taught at the upper division?
Or it's taught as a 4-hour course. That's what I just saw in mine. So they're taught as 4-hour courses.
Well, it is a 4-hour option in the ACGM. It's 2312 or 2412. We
Right,
just
you
don't
could
have
do
that
either
listed
one.
there.
And you could include either the 3 or 4 hour option in the field of study. And
Pre-cal
a
is the
student,
same
if they
way.
took, whichever version they took would probably still be accepted for transfer and applied to the degree. If you wanted to hedge your bets, you could just require the 4-hour version because everybody will be happy with that. I don't think that calculus is usually taught at the upper division. I can show you that if you're interested.
It's lower division for us.
Yeah,
What is it, math
Statistics is also.
313?
We voting on taking calculus out and putting statistics in, or are we voting on an or situation?
Both.
Oh, so we're voting.
Take it
Right.
out, not return anything.
Right.
That's not.
That hadn't come up.
Okay.
It was something else.
Or make it
Calculus is 2016, which is kind of older data. Oh, that's 2413. Yeah, it's offered at 72 colleges and 29 universities, so it seems to be very often offered at the lower division level, because there's 32 universities, and presumably the other three universities here also have calculus, but they must be offering it at the upper division.
Can you look at the elementary statisticals and tell us the same thing? It's probably
Yeah.
an upper division.
What's the number on that? Oh, here it is. 14. It's offered at 15 colleges and 3 universities. Let's see, is there a 1342? Yes. Here it is. This more commonly offered at the 3-hour version, offered at 20 universities, 59 colleges. So it's probably, on the balance, offered more at the lower division, but often offered also at the upper division at some institutions. Or some institutions may only offer the 4-hour version. So in other words, don't leave off calculus only because you're assuming it's an upper division level course. That's my only point.
So are the two votes, first vote would be, I'm just checking my understanding. First vote is replace Cal 1 with elementary statistics. That would be one vote. Yes. The second vote would be, say, Cal 1 or statistics. Okay. So we'll vote in that order.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can't just go to number 2 directly?
No.
Yeah, we can vote twice, I think, yeah. Okay, so if you're in favor of replacing Cal 1 with elementary statistics in the, what are we talking about? 4 through 8 math track, raise your hand. Okay, so that failed 0 to 16, and so now the vote is to, rather than saying calculus 1, we would add the option calculus 1 or elementary statistical methods. If you're in favor of the field of study like this, raise your hand. Raise your hand up or down. Oh, yeah. We're doing the or, yeah.
Have voting butts.
10? And 6 zeros? 6 no's.
Abstentions? No abstentions?
10 yes and 6. Yeah.
Opposed, please raise your hand.
I think it carries.
Can the numbers reflect the 24 level as well? So like calculus 1, we offer a 2413. And elementary statistics.
It's 1332.
So in the
Do 14.
in the right-hand column, the course number column, we would have math 24 13.
We do 2413 for calculus 1.
Okay.
2413. Pre-cal is 2412, so it's a different number as well.
But these would be choices, though.
Yeah, are we
Right.
gonna-
You're asking, can we
Options,
keep
the numbers.
2313 but add 2413?
So take either the 3 or the 4-hour version
Yes.
Yeah.
of pre-calculus math?
Yes.
And pre-cal also.
And calculus, yeah. So then the total hours are going to be a 3 or a 4. Yeah, well, it's going to be an or.
21 to 23.
I can't get with this keyboard. Do you want to do the same here and offer the choice of the 3 or the 4 calculus or statistics?
Yes.
What's the number for statistics? 24?
1442.
I'm sorry.
Ours, 1442 or 1342.
Okay, well, if you, that's okay. It's a little strange because why would a student choose to take the 4-hour version if the 3 hours available? It's just more work, it's more time, more money.
It's a
Why,
math-focused
if they have a choice?
I mean, this is a math track, and so we offer math-focused classes. The same as for college algebra, we offer the 1414. So if you are on a math path, we will advise you to take the math-focused classes. So it's like science majors or non-science majors. That's what we do.
Well, this is just for 4 through 8 teachers, so are they on a math track or not?
Yes, they are.
So why not just go ahead and require the 4-hour version?
Well, because not all schools offer.
Not everyone has it.
Not everybody has it. I mean,
And
we
not
have it,
everyone
but some others
requires it.
didn't. Some of our partners didn't.
So that way, if the community college has the 3-hour and not the 4-hour, they can offer it that way. If they have the 4-hour and not the 3-hour, they can offer it that way.
It's more flexibility for everyone.
And then in the case of the university partner, if they want the 4 hours, they sometimes offer the lab separately. They have to take that lab.
Well, if we keep, I think a 4-hour course in calculus or pre-calculus is more beneficial than a 3-hour course because you have that extra time to learn and process the concepts. I think we should just require the 4-hour course.
The problem is all of the community colleges don't offer 4-hour courses.
Well, if
But it'll
the community
force them
college,
to
if the
if they
student can
don't.
only take the 3-hour version, then it would be up to the receiving institution to decide whether or not that student is considered FOS incomplete. For those of you at universities, if you required the 4-hour version and a student came in with a 3-hour version, would you allow that to be the equivalent? Or would you make them take the extra 1 hour?
We would probably, the same thing happens with earth science and physical science. We require an extra lab, and the students do well in their exit test, so we ask them to do the 1 extra hour lab.
And see, we have kind of an opposite issue there in the fact that all of our, for instance, sciences are put together, and we don't, right now, ours is a 3-hour course, so if they transfer in with 4,
Yeah, if they transfer
It'll
with
replace
4,
the
no
3.
harm done, right? How much of a burden would it be on the colleges to begin offering the 4-hour version? I mean, why aren't they doing it already?
At ours,
think some will throw a
we don't
fit.
have enough that would, I mean, it doesn't, like they said, that it transfers, they ask, or it's a 3, all right? So that's what's commonly done to then transfer there. If it's a 4, and we have options, they can't fill it, or our college can't fill it just with education students and have it make.
Okay, okay.
The last one is,
Vote on the whole thing.
right.
Yeah, we've
The last one is
changed
to
the-
vote on it totally, completely.
Are we voting on the whole thing or not?
So we're voting again on the entire TEAC because we've added the options for the 4-hour Cal 1 and 4-hour statistics. Okay. Everyone clear on what we're voting on?
Clear as mud.
Yeah, it's what's on the screen. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. 13. Is that, why am I not counting right?
Okay. Hold your hand up again, please.
Now I get 15. Yeah. 15.
Opposed?
Opposed, 1. Thank you.
The last one is, the next one. The last 4 through 8 to review is science. Alright. And currently, science is 2 education courses. Earth science for non-majors, stars and galaxies, bio for non-majors, general chemistry 1, and physical science 1.
So why did we choose non-majors, non-science majors, if they're a science track?
And the same thing, I mean, general chemistry is general chemistry. This one, astronomy, is that what that is?
No. We definitely.
No. Stars and galaxies.
Is that, I don't know, is that the answer to that question?
Wait, what is it?
Were there public comments on that?
Are there
14?
comments, the comments on S, T, and U on the spreadsheet of comments from Sam Houston, were those related to the 4-8? It says replace earth sciences for non-science majors with physical geology and, oh, that's in the Science 12 track, so never mind.
There aren't any comments.
Okay, so no comments on 4-8, okay. They were all buried in there together and I couldn't.
So there's
I do have a
the
question.
question that Amy has is
On
about.
the stars and galaxies, since I'm not familiar with that, is that astronomy? Is it?
But it's physics. It says physics.
It's in the physics department, but astronomy is usually in physics departments. I shouldn't say usually, at Texas State it
Yes,
is.
it's also cross-listed with astronomy. It's astronomy.
That's what I'm looking.
Is that the stars and galaxies, is that part of the 4 through 8 certification standards? It is? I don't know, so I'm asking.
It is.
Okay. The moon and all of that, phases of the moon. And
It's literally everything. It's everything. I was trying to streamline ours and just looking through the TEKS for 4-8 science. There was nothing I could take because I felt like, oh, the science people are just padding this. And when I looked at the TEKS, no. They weren't. And whether it needs a whole course, but
Every one of these is in our 4-8 because it's, I mean, it is all of it.
Including the non-science? I mean, have we answered that question? Do you think they should be for science majors or non-science majors?
So this came up yesterday, Sandra. You were saying that there's more coverage on the non-majors biology for life science than there is for the majors biology.
Yeah, I think it just has to do more with standards, and, I mean, either one is going to come in and have most of the standards, but maybe not all, and I think the concern was just trying to find the ones that would meet most of the standards.
Do you think it should be an or, like a science major or a non-science major? I'm just thinking I have a lot of transfer, I mean, like.
Major changers.
Major changes, yes. I was a nursing major and now I'm going to be a teacher.
Yeah.
So for ours, the 1401, the earth science for non-science majors, actually 1401 is what's in ours. It's specific to 1401, which we'd have to sub, but, and then 14, where was the other?
Biology,
The biology, hold on. let me get up here. So physical science, again, we had that discussion yesterday, and so I think either way we're going to take it. But every one of these is identified, so that's why we didn't have a lot of questions about it. It's just how much coverage you get of standards is something we have to look at, and we'll take, I mean, we can take either of those.
I would be okay with the options for science majors, and that would help out degree changers, because that does happen. If you have someone who is successful in the course for majors, it may not have covered, the non-major courses tend to be a little bit broader, but if they've been successful in the major, and in my perspective, they've got good science background, and that's helpful to them in passing the exam.
Just so you know, we're only talking about biology for non-majors, because there is not an earth science for majors.
Somebody in this comment for 712 science, they talk about replacing earth science for non-science majors, GL 1401. The difference is that GL 1403.
I think that's a good idea.
That's in 712, right?
It is 712,
Right.
but they
Yeah.
do bring up some of
The-
the
okay.
science major
Yes,
courses that
yes.
could be equivalent, or optional anyway.
I just think that the title is just wrong. I mean, it's just earth science. The
And then-
1301 with a lecture and a lab, and
It's
then
earth
the other one
science
is
for
earth science
non-majors in the
1. So
ACGM.
it
It's
is
earth science for
non-science?
non-majors in the ACGM.
We offer all of them, so I'm fine with it.
So the earth science for non-majors is more of a broad topics kind of class?
Geology, meteorology, oceanography, and astronomy.
Yeah, that would be necessary for the exam, those concepts.
What is 1401 just a 4-hour version of that? Okay. What is, so there's not
an earth science for majors.
physical geology is what they're talking about as kind of the major, like what a science major would take. Physical, could we look at physical geology and see if that is reasonable as an or? Again, thinking about flexibility.
So the description for physical is introduction to the study of the materials and processes that have modified and shaped the surface and interior of Earth over time. These processes are described by theories based on experimental data and geological data gathered from field observations.
Yeah, and that would not prepare the students to pass their certification exam. The earth science for non-majors would, because it covers more of the different categories that are discussed on the exams.
I agree.
So I think the question that Amy was bringing up for majors and non-majors relates to biology.
Could we read those two descriptions to compare?
For majors and non-majors? Sure.
Just to make sure we're on the right track.
It's not fighting it as much.
So biology 1408 is non-majors, or the lecture and the lab. Sorry, thought I had it. Provides a survey of biological principles with an emphasis on humans, including chemistry of life, cells, structure, function, and reproduction. Is non-majors. Majors is, go back to 1400. Majors is 1406. Fundamental principles of living organisms will be studied, including physical and chemical properties of life, organization, function, evolutionary adaptation, and classification. Concepts of cytology, reproduction, genetics, and scientific reasoning are included.
What's 1408 then? Because we offer the 1408.
1408 is non.
Non-science majors Contemporary including but not limited to scientific method, hypothesis testing, definition of life, cell theory, central dogma of biology, transcription of DNA, RNA, and proteins, quite a bit, regulation of heredity, metabolism, homeostasis, organism evolution, biodiversity, and ecology. The class builds on scientific literacy and critical thinking skills for the use in everyday life.
Is that your
That's
description?
ours.
That's your college, yeah.
Oh, that's our 1408.
I would suggest using an or in all of that. I think all of those could apply depending on.
For the biology, I agree.
Yeah.
So it will be a biology for non-majors, which is already listed, and then biology for majors, which will be 1306 and 1106, or the 4-hour course is 1406.
They happen to start off there.
So what where we are right now with this field of study is we decided to we've keeping earth science for non-science majors because those two were quite different from each other. The physical geology course was quite different from the non-major course, but for biology, we would add the biology for majors option. Do you see any other options for any of the rest of these?
You're not doing this for the earth science for non-science majors?
There is no earth science for majors.
Okay, well, why do they call it then? Why don't they just call it earth science?
It's physical geology.
There is no earth science for majors.
Yeah. It's physical geology, and it's much more focused. It's not broad enough, really, for these folks for their exam. Are we ready to vote on this? So what you see on your screen is 4-8 science track, education, earth science for non-science majors, stars and galaxies, biology for majors and non-majors, general chem, physical science 1, and then the EDC, special pops. Okay. If you are in favor, sure.
I'm just a little kind of perplexed that we're offering these choices where a student can choose something that's less rigorous than something that's more rigorous. I think if we could not give them that choice and give them the more rigorous course, they'll be better off.
But I don't forget about those transfer kids. I mean, not transfer, I keep saying that, but the kids who change majors. We're wanting to include those. And I think that if we just went over the descriptions and the non-science meets the same TEKS as the science majors, I think a student who meets the TEKS would be successful as well.
I would also say just because it says majors doesn't mean that it's not, that it's more rigorous than non-majors, because the focus is different.
Look at the earth science. It says
The-
for
but
non-majors and it doesn't mean
The
nothing.
topics are a little bit more in-depth, I would assume, in a biology course for science majors. I mean, why have the distinction of science majors and non-science majors? There has to be a reason for that.
Well, our original choice was for non-science majors. That's what we had voted on and approved before. So if we wanted to take that out, we would have to do a vote to pull that out of this. We're trying to add, the goal is to try to add some flexibility, and we chose not to do that with earth science because the major physical geology course was too narrow. These are, the topics are much closer.
And I'm going to also defer to the 4th through 8th standards. And so if you think about that, 4th through 8th standards, what is it that the, science track teacher will teach? And so, you know, it is the non-science majors topics, which is much broader than the biology one. And I'm going to go back to what Amy said. By allowing us to include the biology for science majors, and I know that that's much more vigorous, it allows for that flexibility for students who end up going somewhere else, and then they change their trajectory, and it still gives them the depth of knowledge that they need. So it's not that we're asking for lesser, it's a different focus.
Broader.
Yeah.
Well, my last question is, if a student does change their major to a science major, would that biology class be accepted
No.
that says non-majors in their program? That's my point.
No, but that's 7 through 12, yeah, no.
Yeah, they would be going to a 7 through 12.
An FOS.
No, I mean, they don't want to be a teacher. They want to go into science. They want to go into biology.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a different degree.
It just seems
So-
odd. Excuse me.
It just seems that better off to give the other course, because it still covers the TEKS as well as some other science, biology concepts that can help them if they decide, well, I don't want to be a teacher. I want to go into biology.
So this is giving them the option. So if your school chose to just look at science majors, then that's covered there. So to say everybody needs to do majors biology when there is conversation around non-majors biology, I think this captures both of those. So you can choose majors biology, but you can also choose non-majors biology, and both are covered.
It seems very odd that we're looking at science track and then we're going to have courses for non-science majors. That doesn't seem right.
Because they're not getting a degree in science.
But still, they're looking for 4 through 8 science track.
It's a track, but it's not a degree in science.
They better have a lot of science.
Well,
And
that's
they're
right.
getting a lot of science, and they're going to be taking,
Well,
they're going to be taking more science in upper division.
the National Research Council made a report on teacher preparation in 2010, and they really stressed the idea of content and rigorous content for teachers in science and math.
Go ahead, Barbara.
I hate to say this, for logic's sake, why are we saying biology for non-science majors or science majors, but general chemistry? I mean, do we want to make that consistent, that they could take chemistry 1405? And I'm not a science person. I'm just asking for the sake of logic.
Oh, which is Introduction to Chemistry?
For the AAT. Like, if they transferred to us, we would accept that, but accept it for the AAT degree, making it an option.
I was just raising the question of consistency. I'm not a science person, so.
I'm sorry, is it Barbara? What Barbara just shared does respond to the piece of what if we have a student that has already completed those courses and now wants to become a teacher? By doing that consistently with the majors, the science versus non-science majors for the 3 areas, then potentially we can capture more students that way and eliminate additional courses for them. But maybe that's where those transfer agreements and the advising really does support, this is the preferred choice and this would be best for you, but adding that option gives some flexibility.
So 1405 is Intro to Chemistry, and just again, because we talked about this yesterday, are we going to have the same conversation about physical science? But there's another option. So if we're adding options because we want to catch all.
And I was going to actually say, we don't, even in our catalog, have 14, 15. But, so if you are trying to catch all, then there should be options there. I also understand that this is something that we would probably start to offer, so if it was the requirement. So I'm just pointing that out.
So in the end, I I think that two things I want to say. First of all, I do understand that people start out and they want to be teachers, and then they change their track, or they are in a track and then they decide they want to be teachers. But I don't know that that's within our purview right now. I think what we're saying is, if we know they want to be a teacher and they come in and they're going to take they're going to follow the AAT for us, what is it that we need to ensure that they have so that they are successful, not only in teaching, but also so that they can get into a classroom, which is a big issue. So, the ORs are fine. We're going to cover a little deeper, but I will say this, we do count on these lower level courses to give us the fundamentals that are something that if they don't have and they don't have strong understanding of it, they can't get in the future. So I was fine with it this way, and if we add it, then, because all of these I can find in our degree plans, so.
Speaking for MSU, I mean, we will take the sciences for non-majors and majors. We're flexible, even if they're not within, we are reasonable in taking the sciences. So, I mean, I think we should leave the or personally.
So the next conversation is around, if we're leaving the ORs for biology, the conversation is, do we add intro to chemistry? Do we need to add an additional physics class, or keep them as proposed? Intro to chem is 1405, Alan.
What are the I mean, I hate to keep this going, but what are the differences as far as what are they covering? Because intro to chemistry sounds a little bit different than general chemistry to me.
It is.
It is. Intro to chemistry is survey course introducing chemistry. Topics may include inorganic, organic, biochemistry, food and physiological chemistry, and environmental and consumer chemistry. It's designed for non-science and allied health students. Intro.
No, we're requiring the general chemistry in ours, so we'd have to substitute for that. And I'm just, want to make sure that we're covering as much as we can cover, so.
Right.
In our physical science, we covered under it.
So I'll also read general chemistry so you know the difference. Fundamental principles of chemistry for majors in the sciences, health sciences, and engineering. Topics include measurements, fundamental properties of matter, states of matter, chemical reactions, chemical stoichiometry. Got it. Look at there. Periodicity of elemental properties, atomic structure, chemical bonding, molecular structure, solutions, properties of gases, and an introduction to thermodynamics and descriptive chemistry. I didn't swallow my tongue on that one. That's general chemistry.
I think that sounds totally different than the other chemistry.
Absolutely.
I don't know what we're talking about, but it didn't sound.
Obviously, my tongue didn't either.
I'm looking at the DCCD description, and it does say high school chemistry or chemistry 1405 are strongly recommended for 1411. It's not a prerequisite, but 1405, I guess, does have the foundations that you would build onto to get to 1411.
And there's the general chemistry has a requirement of college algebra or higher.
Right.
So that's going to show to the level.
And if we have to address prerequisites in this field of study, then we would have to add.
Correct.
College algebra as a requirement of the field of study. Sorry, I turned it off. We'd have to add college algebra as a requirement of the field of study because it's a prereq for one of the classes that we're requiring in the field of study.
But the way it's written now, we would not need to do that.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
No. General chemistry has a prerequisite of college algebra.
Right, so she's saying the way it's written now, we don't have. Oh, yes, we have 1411, so we would have to add college algebra. If we looked at 1405, which is what we looked at yesterday.
Well, I suggest not include introduction to chemistry with the or. I think just leaving general chemistry is fine.
Right. So this one is we're not looking at the or, we're looking at having to add college algebra to a part of this field of study because college algebra is required.
Yeah.
The intro to chemistry, are you saying don't add intro to chemistry?
Correct.
Yeah, we have to add college algebra then. I mean,
Yeah.
it's part of the core. They're going to take it.
Yeah,
So, I mean, I would suggest adding the college algebra.
yeah. If it's part of core, they could take, yeah, it's a core option, okay.
College algebra might be a frequent prerequisite for upper division courses in science in any case.
Definitely. So where are we?
Chemistry, are we adding?
Okay, so
We have 15 minutes.
we have a choice to add an option for, we haven't voted on either of these, the biology, adding the biology for science majors as an option and adding introduction to chemistry as an option for Chem 1. Okay, do we want to vote on those separately or we think separately? They're two different things.
Yes.
They're different enough, okay. So let's vote on the option that adds biology for science majors 1, but keeps only general chemistry.
Do those separately. Vote for biology, then vote for chemistry.
Okay. We are voting on the biology row right now, not the whole AAT. The biology row will include biology for non-science majors 1 and for science majors 1. If you are in favor of this option for biology row, within the AAT, within the FOS, raise your hand. Division 13, okay. Opposed,
Please raise your hand.
13 to 2. Okay, so that passes, okay.
No, it's 2, 1 abstain.
Second vote is in the chemistry row.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the vote?
The vote was 13 to 2 approved for biology row, with the option for major and non-major.
Okay.
One abstention.
With 1 abstention. 13 to 1.
So that's definite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next vote is chemistry row. To change this row, which was just general chemistry 1, to add introduction to chemistry. If you're in favor of having these options for the chemistry row, raise your hand. 3, yes. Opposed? Thirteen, no. Okay, so that one does not pass, and we keep just general chemistry 1. And then that this is the one that we need to add then college algebra, because it's otherwise it's a hidden prerequisite, okay? So now we are voting to add college algebra to this FOS.
Yes.
In favor? If you're in favor of adding college algebra, please raise your hand. It's part of core.
Option. So you could take something else.
Okay, so was that unanimous? Is that 15 or 16? 15? 16, yes. 0, no. So that one passes. So we voted on each of these. We don't need to do a vote on the total, correct? Because we have voted on each of these changes. Okay.
So I have a question, or just like you have mentioned a couple times about cleaning things up. I'm noticing as we're beginning to go through these that the 2 educations keep spreading in different places.
Yeah.
When we clean this up, are we going to kind of make it, because it, right, they were started there, now they're starting to move around when we send it.
Yeah. Alan, can you make yourself a note to check that on all of these, to put the 2 EDUCs together at the top, because they're...
I was trying to put them in course numbering order. It was a bad idea.
Yeah.
I personally think we should vote on the entire, since we've done that for the other ones. But I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah. For the record, let's have a vote on the total AAT that reflects the field of study that reflects what you see on your screen. All in favor, raise your hand. And 1 person's out of the room, so that makes our vote 15. Yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention. Right? Okay. 15-0-1 for the total AAT. All righty. Well, we're going to do all of 712 in the next 9 minutes.
Before we move on from the 4 through 8, I would recommend going back to the history people, right? Didn't we talk about the history people, that they made their own teaching?
It's for 712.
Oh, it's for 712.
It's for
Never mind.
712, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
712 history.
So we had come up with a statement yesterday. Could you pull that up for us, Alan? And we asked y'all to think about it in light of the 7 through 12s and all the various options that we have. Can we just talk about this statement for just a minute and kind of get at what the concerns are or what your thoughts are? I think if it's clear we're going to have another meeting unless everybody says, this is wonderful, let's do it like this, or let's tweak it a little bit. We can't possibly get through 712. And I'm not saying that to try to make you vote for this at all. So go ahead,
Yeah, we have a
Courtney.
couple of options. One is to just vote for this and have done with it. Another would be to let the existing AAT stand, which is 12 hours from the discipline, and would let people continue to do whatever it is they're already doing. A third option would be for us to stay a little later today. I don't know what your travel plans are, if you have airplane tickets. We could break for lunch and come back, and this is pending now the availability of our broadcast staff over there. So I'm not promising this can happen, but we could continue to talk about this till 12:30 or take a break if you wanted to. A fourth option would perhaps be to either have a second meeting or to convene a subcommittee of subject matter experts in some of these umbrella fields. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed.
Go ahead, Courtney.
So my concern in reading this is just two particular areas, the social studies composite and the science composite, because it doesn't have a one single related FOS. And even if we look at the history FOS or the econ FOS or the political science FOS, that social studies is all of that. And I know many of us talk that when we're advising a student, we recommend certifying in social studies versus one single area to make themselves more marketable. So I just don't know if the language of academic discipline covers those two particular areas when those two areas are so broad.
Can I ask you, Courtney, and anyone else, but just because you brought it up, and we started talking about it yesterday, and we were talking about it with Andrew and Rhino when we were up here at the end. So I asked a question earlier about what does the field of study mean for the AAT, and in this particular case for 7 through 12 or secondary, we discussed the option of keeping the 7-12 AAT that is the core in 2 education classes and then the 12 hours. Does keeping the 7-12 AAT as it is address each one of these questionable areas? And that was Courtney or anybody. She was just talking, so I thought I'd say Courtney.
Well, and I guess that's my question too, because we have that language of academic discipline, which I think sort of is the same thing that the AAT is doing. And I just want to ensure that we all feel like that does take care of that, especially for those two areas.
What you can do, make you more comfortable, say academic discipline, including social studies and science composite. But it just makes it more wordy. My concern earlier was, but I do see it as the EC12 certification, all level. So again, you have.
But that'll be a separate.
Yeah, the world languages, and I know the special ed is out because, that's being broken up, but then you also have Canese. What's the other all level one? Art, music.
Ag, music, art,
So,
dance.
So this would not be applied to the EC12?
But they have their own FOSs. We saw the Canese yesterday.
The kinesiology have their own, they have 2 pedagogy courses in their
Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
teaching track. Was that an FOS or an AAT that we looked at? It was an FOS, yeah. This statement is much more complicated, kind of convoluted and hard to interpret. The current version of this is completed core, 2 EDUCs, and 12 hours in content/academic disciplines. Those are the AAT components.
I'd say leave it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I.
So that's the 7 through 12, I'm sorry, the 6 through 12, 7 through 12, 8 through 12, in all levels other than special ed.
And let me throw kind of a wrench in all of this is, I don't know, there will be more opportunities for educational courses in the future if the majority of institutions look at majoring in secondary ed, which is probably going to change this anyway. And I thought a lot about this last night, looked at everything and thought, that this could look very, very different.
And keep in mind, if I'm not mistaken, because Amy, you all were working on secondary or 7 through 12, there was no way that you could address everything. You just got to a stopping point. So even what we have proposed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was on the 7 to 12 too, and it was like a nightmare
Yeah,
to try to
even-
figure out commonality.
Yeah, there was no way that we could create an FOS for every certification.
And then the problem was, is we're not the specialists in that area.
So does the current AAT allow the specialist in that area to determine what those 12 hours are needed?
If you look at the FOS, then yes.
Alan?
Well, one of the issues might be that the fields of study for the various disciplines don't always include courses that are limited to just that discipline. They are also including common prerequisites. For example, an economics field of study has a lot of math classes in it.
Right.
Because those are necessary for later on classes. The language here would suggest that somebody, if they want to do the economics certification, they could choose 12 hours of various math classes, because those are in the field of study. Do you see what I mean? And not necessarily be taking economics classes per se. So,
That was also
That's
the
a re-
problem with math, Alan, because they were all the computer science. They could take all the computer science, and that would not, we
well,
wouldn't be able to.
that's the case in business, right? There's a business certification, right?
There's a BCIS.
Yeah, and for example, the business field of study is very diverse. You could have students taking any of these courses. Well, actually, it's not so diverse, is it?
No.
That would be a pretty good list to choose from.
And I think when we were in our high school group, we were focusing on the most commonly identified certification tracks. And so, which is what we have here, you know, and I don't know what the answer is to that either, but that was the reasoning behind that, because BCIS is not as common, or ag.
So I'm trying to process this, what you're asking. So are you basically just saying, really, do we even need a field of study for this area? Can we just leave it as an AAT?
That's part of one of the options, yes.
Okay.
Or that is one of the options, is the current 612, 712, 812, EC12, other than special ed, AAT would stand.
Do each of those currently have a field of study? Is there a field of study for these, or just AAT? I'm sorry, I'm
Just an
brain dead by now.
It's just an AAT, because that would catch everything else.
I'm brain dead. I feel like I'm making decisions, and I can't think anymore.
Okay, here's the decision we need to make. Do we want to stay a little bit, I would say maximum to 1, preferably to 2:30, and have Alan check to see if that's an option for us? Because if it is, then we can decide to do that. How many of you could stay? Pretty good chunk of, definitely more than a quorum, could stay. Alan, would you check to see if we could stay a little bit longer to try to get further along?
Yeah, I can check. Till
12:30 or 1?
we could stop for a lunch break if you want.
I would, no.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we don't want to come back. I think we want to, in spite of being hangry.
Hunger sometimes speeds things along.
Yeah, we would not be capable of doing longer than 1 at all, so.
Do we feel like that in an hour we're going to be able to come to a unified decision? I think that's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
We all stay, and then by the time we have all these conversations, and I'm not saying that wouldn't be, but so far, we haven't been able to get very far past that, and I don't ever mind staying and working. I'm just not sure we're going to get there in an hour is my only concern.
Let me ask you a question about transfer. I mean, does an AAT work like a field of study where if a student completes the AAT in a discipline and they choose their 12 hours from the discipline, and they transfer to a university, is the university going to accept all of those 12 hours they picked, even if they disagreed with the ones they chose?
Yes.
But they don't have to be applied to the degree unless they're in field of study.
Right, and that's,
Right?
But an AAT is its own field of study.
But
You
that's-
have to accept and apply.
They have to accept and apply
And
a
apply.
completed AAT degree.
Yes, yes.
So it doesn't matter what courses they pick.
No, but that's why it's important for us to pick the right courses. That's why we were saying.
But I mean, the way it is now, if we just left it the way it is now, is a field of study solving any transfer problems
No.
that exist?
It makes more problems. That's what's happened with me. Because I have students who go to this university and in this university, and they're being told separate things. They're not accepting and applying.
Okay.
The other thing is with secondary, let's say you do want to go into economics or whatever, I would say if they're at the junior college and say, okay, you're going to have to take whatever economics over here. There's certain prerequisites for that econ class, or computer science. There's certain courses that you're going to need to take in order to be able to go into these higher division coursework. So that's why I was like, oh, I think we should just go ahead and vote for this, statement that y'all drafted. That's the one option. Or we convene a group of experts in this area, because we're not going to solve it in an hour. I really don't think so. Amy and I were in the original whenever we met, and you were too, right? Courtney, several of us were, and we went around and around and around, and that was a 3-hour, and we couldn't get beyond, this is going to be much more complex. And that's why we came with a recommendation. Maybe we need to leave 7 through 12 alone.
Can I also ask a question? Would we be able, oh, he just left. Okay, my question is, could we, since we voted on the others, could we pass the others, table the secondary only, so that at least at least the FOSs could go through that we already have completed, and then determine what to do with the secondaries?
So that was around my question is, at the beginning, if the AATs still stand and they're not going away, then we, in the meantime, have something to address them with the third AAT. So
yeah,
we kind of got a plug, right, until we can get the secondary education thing figured out.
The secondary and all levels.
Right, exactly. Like something is there as it stands until we put something else there.
Yeah.
So, Alan, my question was today, could we, since we've already voted on the others for EC6s and the 4.8s, could we move those forward and then table the secondaries?
Table the secondaries? What does that mean?
I just mean if, or, in other words, not make a decision on secondary. I don't know. I'm asking, could we move the others forward?
Because Sandra's speaking to, we've addressed all the multidisciplinary areas. There's content areas that are not multidisciplinary that we have not.
True. If you all wanted to come back, well, see, what you've already changed will go back out for another 30-day public comment period. When we get the public comments back, I'll make another ballot. And if all of you turn down the public comments and say we want to stick with what we've got, then there's no need for another meeting and this could go under the board. However, if you do what you did this time and say yes to quite a few of those major changes, and plus the volume of public comments we got merited coming back for a second meeting, even though we didn't really spend a whole lot of time talking about the public comments. So depending on what your votes are on the public comments next time, we may or may not have a third meeting. If you want to have another third meeting, we can. If you decide to, if the co-chairs are willing and the coordinating board administration is willing, You can come back for another meeting, and we can work slowly and deliberately through all of the 7 through 12s, plus consider the public comments on what we already received. That might be the safest and most secure bet to make sure we got this right. But it's up to you how to proceed.
I don't think it would do us any good for this group to come back and try to readdress these when after two full sets of meetings, we've not been able, I mean, we did come to some conclusions, but I think all of us felt like the 712s that we agreed to, that's what we had so much public comment on, and most of us felt like we're not experts in these fields and we're trying to make decisions for them. So if we were to reconvene to deal with these, I think we would want to do some subcommittees with content experts. This statement was trying to get around that by including those content FOSs where those already exist, but they don't all. We don't have those for every area, so it basically, it's kind of an in-between, basically says that if there is an FOS for this content area, then you pick from that FOS the 12 hours. If there's not, you pick the 12 hours from the related discipline, which is the current AAT. And what that also does is it changes we had already voted and approved 712 for ELAR, math, social studies, history, and science. In January, we created those and voted on those.
Right. Do you want to withdraw those?
So we would be withdrawing those and going with this.
Could the field of study just simply be core plus the 2 education courses, kind of how we were discussing earlier, and just eliminate that 12-hour piece?
For the field of study.
That's what I was suggesting before.
So that's what we were talking about before, but some of the questions come in to, do your math people who are 7 through 12 need those programming classes?
Not 4 of them. I mean,
But we're saying take the field of study. The math field of study is 29 hours.
No, I'm saying without the field of study at all. So I'm proposing that the only field of study for these secondary degrees would be the core and Education 1301 and 2301.
Right, but that wouldn't be a field of study for 7 through 12 secondary, because we're not addressing any of the field of study.
Well, kind of how we were looking at some of those 4 through 8 ones, where we agreed it didn't have to come up to a certain number of hours and we could keep it a little bit simpler.
Right, so what you're saying is keep the AAT.
Essentially.
Right. So
without dedicating those 12
right.
hours in specific
So
language, though.
Right, that's the question.
So would it be worth, sending this statement out for public comment and seeing the reactions to it? Just wondering. Personally, I think the AAT fits it, but.
I can say that we had many discussions about the secondary ed, and I know one thing, I am definitely in favor after being at my university of withdrawing those for now, because I don't think they're hitting on the specific requirements, and I think we are delving into areas that I don't even understand. Even sitting with them, I wasn't, there are many things that they have. I don't have a real issue with this statement, except that I do, only from the fact that if they're going to not having a tightness to it, and they come in with 4 things and I'm required to take it, makes me very nervous. Now, if they want to go into computer science, that's one thing. If they want to come into math, that's going to be problematic. But I really don't have an answer.
This is our opportunity to get it right. And we have the new legislation. I think that we need some experts to help with this. We're making a haste decision, and we've got to get this right. It's more complicated than we.
Are we required to have a field of study for this Well, I mean, it seems to me, the question is, we have the AATs, and that seems to cover all the bases. I would vote for withdrawing what we came up with and argue for the AATs being for the secondary level, simply because of the content.
Go ahead, Chris.
I mean, I agree that this is our chance to do it and to do it right. I say we could take what we have come up with, take the field of studies from each content area, have subcommittees with the experts, and come up with it. Because, as was pointed out, if we just say you can take whatever, and that is going to handcuff the 4 years, because they have to accept it.
That, yeah, and that's compounded by all of these degrees through which people will be getting certified to teach are changing. They're gonna be changed, and we don't know.
Right. And if
what
you're
that
going to
looks
add
like.
education classes, then it, more of an option there for even bringing in other hours.
So does the AAT in a discipline even work?
Well, that's
a
kind of what I'm
bigger,
thinking.
that's
yeah.
a bigger philosophical question, but.
And I think that was
Sorry.
my thinking behind eliminating the 12 hours there, is we're not in that situation of if they take something that we don't want to include, then we have to. If it's simply core plus the 2 education classes, of course, students are still going to take content courses, but if it's not listed that we have to accept those 12 hours in the field of study, then we still have a lot more flexibility to work with what they're coming in with.
But you have to take all of the AAT, the 60 hours, no matter what. You have to absorb it. And there's strict rules on what you can substitute for core. So you have very limited flexibility to take these classes. So I think the field of study is the opportunity to help both the 2-year colleges and the 4-year colleges so that we're both happy, the students are successful, and they're prepared for their career, and so leaving it open, I mean, that just seems, there's a lot of uncertainty there of what
I think
they
a
would
lot of
take.
the problems we've run into is saying you have to take the whole AAT, but you have to take the whole AAT, those 12 hours, if they apply to the content area teaching field. That's the application part. So accepting, because it is a fully transferable degree, but the application part is just the academic teaching field. So I'm saying, is there some language that we can add to that? Because the AAT currently says completed core, EDUC 1301, 2301, and then content area teaching fields / academic disciplines. Well, all of them are academic disciplines, but they're not content area teaching fields.
I think if we did have another committee, it would be very helpful to look at some data of which programs are producing the successful individuals in those particular programs, and maybe looking at what courses they're working with and how that's working. And I'm not suggesting that it would be one university across the board, but maybe the science graduates at Sam Houston State are blowing it out of the water, and the literature graduates from Midwestern are really successful in that particular area. And maybe that subcommittee then, I agree with Crystal, should definitely include educators and content people in their expert fields, but maybe some of that data as well in terms of success rates with those certifications.
Sue's been.
Send this back out for public comment again. Would it be possible to have a line that asks what is their role? So we know if we're getting expert opinions or somebody that just has an opinion that really doesn't know what they're talking about. Because I saw that a lot in this, like, who are they to say that this is not this or this is, if they don't have a clue and they have incorrect information? So I don't care if we have their names. I don't even care if we have the college or university. Are you an expert in this area if you're going to be having input on the decision?
Well, I will tell you, in the discussions, and we had quite a few comments because of the discussions in the meetings that we had, and they were all from their disciplines when they had those comments. What I think you're saying can be on both sides, and I think what we're saying is that we understand education and pedagogy and how to apply. They understand specific content and content that leads, and we've got to have both. And so I think on both, I think that's the question that we're having right now, is on both ends of that.
I don't seem to understand what the issue is, because you have to get certified in the secondary level, you have to have a certain number of content courses or a certain number of hours of content courses. So if they're taking content courses at the junior college,
That's what I'm saying.
why can't they be applied to the content in their chosen field of teaching?
Yeah.
Well, because if you look at some of them, such as math, they could take 12 hours in computer science, and then we would have to accept them somewhere and substitute them for a math class that they may have to have in order for them to be able to be successful.
Then perhaps we should
could
do
we change-
specific FOSs, like one for math.
Or could we change that language? That's, because it, yeah, so that language says from the related or content-related FOS. Could we change that language to reflect what we really want, which is in the content area teaching field, not just from the FOS? So then it would have to be the content area teaching field, not the content-related FOS. Can you bring that statement back up, Alan? For all 612, 712, 812, and EC12 certifications other than special education, AAT components would be the completed core curriculum plus EDUC 1301 and 2301 plus 12 hours from the content area teaching field, not the content area FOS. So it has to be in your teaching field in order for you to take it and apply it, not just anything from the related FOS or anything from the academic discipline, because that's way big.
I like that.
Yeah, again,
It only took until 12:20 and no food.
Wait. So just cut all of that?
Take me to get the bookies.
yeah.
Because then Daphne is not subjected to taking any and everything because a student gets an AAT. You only have to take and apply what comes from the content area teaching field, so you can't.
Yeah, let's look at it like the course availability. Like walk through one content area, just math or science.
Math might be the good one.
Yeah.
Just because I
So
think
if we're
that's
going to
where
go
we have
under the
lots of-
assumption, like you said yesterday, that a student comes in and they've done college algebra already because they're high achieving. So they would come in and do pre-cal, Cal 1 or 2.
Linear algebra, they'll do
Right.
linear algebra.
Plane trigonometry, or even if they were the science people in this particular case, they wouldn't be coming in, right? They wouldn't obviously be a non-majors because they've taken majors. They're a science major, so they would come in, but they're teaching science, so it would apply because it's in their content area teaching field instead of just randomly saying anything that you have in the FOS like programming. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I've got a question. So is that called an AAT, or is that called a field of study? What's it called?
For us, it's called an AAT. For them, it's called.
So we
With
do
it.
not have, we will not have a field of study for 7 through 12. We will just have an AAT. That's fine with me, and I'm not arguing with that. I just want clarification when I'm talking about it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's also no way we could make a field of study for every one of these secondary certifications.
We had already decided that, yeah.
Can we make a recommendation that people follow like the history teaching track? Like if you feel like your field needs a teaching track to continue that on as these are reviewed?
Well, that's true. We do have a contradiction in we have board-approved teaching tracks for a handful of disciplines, but then there's this. If this gets board-approved, then there would be a contradiction. We need to have some sort of policy of which one takes precedence.
Well, could we? I don't
I'd be
wanna
inclined
add
to
a new
let this
statement,
committee say, because you're creating the one for education. But I could see how that, I have to, I check back in with the drama committee and the history committee and see how they feel about it. And I think so. I have to go back and double
Kinesiology
check.
has that.
Kinesiology hasn't been approved yet, but they have an education track. But
Yeah. They have a teaching track with no education courses.
And it was journalism, I think. No, it wasn't drama, it was journalism.
And that still covers 7 through 12 social studies, which takes courses from all different disciplines? Okay.
Can you bring up that statement again, Alan?
And one thing I like about this, we've said it over and over again, how we want to go with the content experts, and we're doing that.
Are we okay? Do we need to vote on this statement? Go ahead, Barbara.
So maybe I missed something. So do we say the teaching content area, teaching field in the FOS for that? No, okay, never mind.
No, we took
Never-
the
never-
FOS
okay.
out because some of the FOS
Never mind.
address things
I just-
outside of the content
Okay.
area teaching field.
Yeah, it actually narrows it.
So what we're saying is they could take any math from out of the course guide, from the course guides? I'm just making sure, okay.
So if we vote for this statement, then does that mean we're withdrawing the 7 through 12s that we worked on
Yes.
before? So, okay. I think we should probably do both.
Can I point out one thing when she was just brought up math? There's a little worry there because we have like 1332 contemporary math, which that is not something a 7 through 12 math teach. Do we want that to be that option of
No.
1440? So it does kind of bring in, like, if you're just going to say within the content area, take any math, but we can direct them. So if this is an AAT, that's not an issue because we'll direct them to the upper level math. It's not a field of study then.
It's an AAT, not a field of study. I think that's an important clarification.
Could you say 12 hours from the content area appropriate for the teaching field?
Could be.
Versus what we have here.
Appropriate for. See who determines what's appropriate.
Put a little statement, before making this decision, contact your career advisor. Not just general academic advisor, the career advisor.
Or the-
Who knows what's going to transfer and what those courses are.
Well, no. Well.
James, I missed your recommendation. What was it? Your change in text?
I was just, based on some earlier comments, I was thinking perhaps word it with 12 hours from the content area appropriate for the teaching field.
Or appropriate for the certification? Appropriate for the certification?
For the teaching certification field.
Yeah.
This is what ours says. See me.
Okay, shall
It is a teacher certification.
teacher certification field, yeah. Okay, let's vote. If you are in favor of adopting this statement for the AAT in all those categories listed on the screen, raise your hand.
It's a little bit of a, I'm nervous, but.
It'll work out.
That's
You're going to get public
9.
comments.
I don't know, because some people are doing like this, and that makes it hard. Put your hand up and leave it there.
Vote with confidence.
10. 10 for, raise your hand if you're against. 1 against. So that statement is approved.
You got to count, I guess some folks left as abstentions or,
Oh, yeah. So is that
that's 11. So we had 16 present, so 5.
5 abstained?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
They deliberately said, yeah, I don't know if that's technically abstention or not. Okay, and then we need to vote to withdraw the 5 AATs for 712 that we created in our January meeting. All in favor of so doing, please raise your hand. And again, 10 in favor. Raise your hand if you're a no. Oh, okay. So it's 11, okay.
But just to be clear,
11,
so that I can
Belinda,
articulate.
did you vote for
Yes.
withdrawing? Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm trying to type too, and
No, I know.
I need an extra little hand here.
Yeah, so that's
don't wanna
11
miss this.
yeses, 0 nos, and 5 whatever absence, yeah.
Oh, it's still absentia because you're absent. That's so. I know,
It is.
technically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan?
I'm sorry, just want to make it clear when I put this out for public comment, and I'll fly this by everybody first. This is not a field of study statement.
It's a, right. it's an
Because those
AAT.
12 hours that the student selects with advice from the advisors are not guaranteed to apply to the degree program. They're guaranteed to transfer, but they're not guaranteed to apply to the degree program. If we come back later and with the advice of subcommittees, et cetera, decide to make fields of study, then those would be both the AAT and the field of study for those certifications and would be guaranteed to apply to the degree and transfer. Okay, just so we're clear on that, right? And I'm clear on that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This statement we've written will take care of that. It's saying if there's a field of study, you follow that. Did we take that out?
Yeah, we took out the reference to the field of study, which is probably just as well because fields of study may change, they may not get approved, they may
Right.
not make it through the board process, et cetera.
But that will help us in advising.
Yes.
And look, if there is a field of study, we can look at that.
Absolutely, right. Because if the students choose wisely, if they choose courses from the existing field of study, then if they decide to go on and be majors in that field and then pursue teaching certification, so much the better because those courses are guaranteed to transfer and apply. They might even be able to complete the field of study and the E2 EDUC courses quite easily.
Right.
In the hours that they've got, especially for some of the smaller fields of study like political science. So, yeah, it would be good advice, and please convey that to your advisors. It would be very good advice to choose those 12 hours from the existing field of study when possible. It's a good idea.
Any other burning questions? I think we might be losing quorum, so we don't have anything else to
Before we
vote
lose
on.
the quorum, can we have a motion to authorize the co-chairs to make adjustments and changes to the field of study, to approve the minutes and deal with other minor committee business with the feedback of the committee? And this prevents us from having to come back, and it keeps us in compliance with Open Meetings Act law if you authorize the co-chairs to make things along those lines. So can we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Who moved? Okay.
Second. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And who's second? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so all in favor there? Yeah. Okay, thanks. And opposed? Okay, was there anything else on the agenda or for the good of the order?
Was that unanimous in favor from everybody present? So I'm trying to type.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all for another great meeting. So we may or may not meet again officially for a third meeting, but I think there's information passed around. We have everybody's email. So if any questions come up, we'll be sure to reach out. Thank you all for the great conversation, and we look forward to working with you again.
One of the issues that is likely to come up is if we do subcommittees, if that's approved up and down the line, what those subcommittees exactly will be, because we might want to group some of these things together into related fields. Like a humanities committee could cover several things. A social studies committee could cover several things. We might even have a STEM committee that covers multiple disciplines. I don't know how that would work. We don't want to have too many subcommittees because they're expensive for institutions, time consuming for faculty. It could be up to 24 members on these subcommittees. 2 members of this committee should be present, at least no more than 2, should be present at the subcommittees. Typically, these are the 2 co-chairs. Depending on how many subcommittees we have and how willing our co-chairs are to drop everything and keep coming back to Austin, you may be asked to participate in some of the subcommittees, especially if your own field in 7 through 12 is relevant to what that subcommittee is. So this could be an issue that will come up in the not too distant future. So be on the lookout for that. And with that, thank you all so much for your patience, for your hunger, endurance, and for everything. And we really appreciate all your expertise and energy, and look forward to being back in touch with you soon about how this goes over in public comments. Okay.
And thanks to our sub co-chairs.
Thank you to our co-chairs. Thank you to our
Thank you all very much.
Very much.
Thank you for your help. Okay. Oh, and thank you to those in the booth who stayed late. We appreciate that too.